off, as always, with you guys grabbing your inspirations, grabbing your drinks, your snacks, and otherwise here. Oh my God, I almost forgot. I apologize, Jess. I didn't check in here. How's D&D been for you this week?
Oh my
So yes, previously in Tal'Dorei, or in the Underdark, I should say, we started off the session with Sky sort of feeling a strange mix of emotions of anger and confusion and sort of sadness, all together mixing up. And in the moment, she tried to sort of draw her weapon and wound Althea, but Bryn leapt in front of her and took the shot, getting pretty badly sort of injured, hobbled in a sense, until healed. We sort of caught up to Bella and Sky, who had a very sort of genuine bonding moment. Before returning to the party, sort of conversing as the group sort of conversed, what should we do next? And then we learned that Casimir has fled the DawnGuard in attempt to sort of free those slaves of the Grey Dwarves we spotted before. The party, of course, immediately took to chasing after him and managed to catch up, but not before he sort of realized that his left eye was being sort of incredibly like irritated and itchy, and sometimes painful even, oozing green pus from time to time. After catching up, we had to deal with some local wildlife. These gigantic bug humanoid monstrous looking things called the Umberhogs. And after this, some discussion was had, and Bella was the one given these vile pages of power after dispelling was performed. And Cass realized he was being influenced in a way by the page he used earlier to sort of save the party from Archon and sort of Red Path's kind of showdown they had. These pages somehow made him sort of desire them for himself, that only he is fit to have them. After this, we traveled on back. We said goodbye to Respin, and we left the Underdark. Um, while traveling back to Singorn, there was some insight rolls happening, and both Bella and Roxy realize that Althea has sort of lied to the party on a few occasions, pretending not to be who she is, instead acting as sort of her own sort of like progeny, like a granddaughter or something like that, as she seems much younger than she should be. And pretending not to know what the holy symbol of Bella's island is. Well, actually, you tell me, Zach, would you consider that a holy symbol, or just like this is the symbol of my people, like my community? Is it intrinsically religious in her eyes, or is it like this is who we are, the people? This is the like the signet ring of my people, the proof that I'm a noble of this like of these people.
I kind of feel like it's a little bit of both,
Mm-hmm.
but skewing a little more towards the religious, I would say.
Gotcha,
Because
gotcha,
I
gotcha.
feel like the religion is what brought my people out of like their bestial, you know what I mean, the more
Yeah,
evil
yeah, yeah.
laden.
From the savage times they were in.
Right.
Absolutely. Yes, yes, yes. And we sort of clocked our two characters here, our druid and our rogue ranger, clocked that she's sort of not maybe not necessarily straight up lying, but definitely sort of avoiding the topic while being seemingly familiar with it. So we traveled on and arrived into Singorn. We escorted Althea to her home, this sort of clerical mansion of sorts of elven design, where these sort of servants to the elven court here, the students to become great voice of memory. This very powerful sort of um, spiritual leader type of figure amongst the people of the High Elves of Singorn here. And while there, Sky sort of stepped away from a moment and trying to use the sending stone the party grabbed previously from Kenneth, she discovered that Ash is somehow influencing the Red Path and has now pinned the death of Sorik on the DawnGuard and Sky in particular. We ended that session with the arrival of Tenuviel Nanuiel, mother of our own druid here, of Bryn's, walking up and about to speak to her wayward daughter, who arrived here without properly without going through the proper channels. As we start here, we turn and you see Althea, who's still here, kind of looks on over, and the party who's here sort of looks on back, and we see this figure sort of stride out slowly. She's currently surrounded by a group of a elven entourage that goes with her here. We see multiple of these verdant guards, the elven warriors dressed in bright greens and vibrant colors, motifs of crescent moons over a lake and a long tree emerging in between the pointed edges of the crescent moon. We see a few of these minor mages and priests that travel with her. She's like a full-on established, like a individual of influence and importance, right? She has a whole group that travels with her. You guys see a beautiful, truly beautiful elven woman with very much so obvious elven features. She wears a long, beautiful dress-like robe. She has these chains that go made as if a necklace from over her shoulders, past her shoulders, and such, that all connect in a central piece there around her neck. A holy symbol right there. Those of you proficient in religion, and Bryn, certainly yourself, you recognize the symbol of the Moonweaver, the goddess of protection, of night, of shadow and sanctuary. You see a beautiful circlet with a pearl gem around her forehead there. Her hair rolls down and moves with this unseen ethereal wind here. The look in her eye is very calm and focused. Yet to you, Bryn, it feels like disapproval the instant you meet her gaze. She is an elf, so she doesn't look. She looks like your age, right? She looks as old as you are, basically. And as you look at her there, as soon as she sees Bryn, and maybe this is just an involuntary reaction, or just a thing she does by instinct, she reaches for what seems to be another a hidden necklace or an amulet or something around her neck. And those of you of a passive perception of 15 or higher, I don't think we have those. I think that just Roxy and Bryn always. You see a small silver chain with what looks to be a small a lightning, like a symbol, tiny lightning symbol on it. And she looks back. And she speaks in Elven out to you, Bryn. And she says, "Daughter, you return."
Bryn doesn't speak elf.
So
Amazing.
She hated her mother enough that she doesn't speak Elven.
she would Roxy was whisper. She would whisper what she said back.
She scowls. She immediately scowls, seeing it you need to be translated Elven, and she, with great difficulty, not as if she doesn't speak the language, she just chooses not to speak it when she doesn't have to. She begins to speak in common. She says, "If we must use this simple tongue, then very well. All these years of your absence, your pointless defiance, and still you have not earned and learned the language of the people you are meant to be with.
I mean, I learned the tongue I'm supposed to learn. I learned Druidic. The Ashari speak Druidic. I don't know what you elaborate into.
She sort of shakes her head, says, I see you have not learned much in your journeys. Perhaps another 100 years will do the trick. Ashari are not your people. Singorn are your people, as are mine.
Well, it's not like you brought me here when I was a kid.
She again reaches for that sort of like little like lightning symbol underneath her sort of robe and says, I never got the chance. You, like someone else I know, left. You abandoned what was supposed to be and sought out what was never meant for you. Tell me, daughter, have you found your life's meaning fruitful? Have you found purpose in wandering about, seeing the short-lived lives of these? And she looks at the rest of the group and says, others.
And in that moment, when Bryn observes her looking at the rest of the group, her hair changes. And this isn't very often because Bryn is very composed. Her hair becomes dark and stormy, and you see lightning in her hair, like little, like,
Yeah, you see a little like
static
clouds
shocks.
almost instead of like hair strands in a second.
And the moment she mentions the other group, she looks at her mother and she goes, "Look, you're talking to me. Don't refer to the rest of them." And to be honest, I have found a purpose. It's not because of you.
I ain't gonna lie, your mom's kind of a bitch.
Bryn looks back and just is like, and Celestial says, I told you that.
Your mom speaks Celestial. She immediately clocks that and looks over at you, looks back at you. She says, you bring strangers into our lands. And she looks over to Althea, says, Althea, you return. Has your little excursion been interesting enough? So interesting you leave your sworn duties as to become the voice of memory. Have you decided to just give me the title, as everyone understands I deserve? And Althea sort of gets this sort of steel-eye kind of look and kind of stares at her and says, I've decided no such thing. I fully intend to continue my studies. There were some other things that were more important than this. And the rest of the elves kind of look at each other a little bit kind of confused, and Tenuviel says, this is exactly why you were never really a competition for me. You see
And why
the
is
people
she
of
the
Singorn.
first one? Just
was that?
curious. I said, if she's not really your competition, why is she the first seat and you're only the second fiddle?
She sort of looks to you, says, as small of a lifetime, as small of an intellect I see for a human, nothing too surprising. You don't understand our ways. You are not fit to speak of them.
You see, that's where you're wrong. I understand enough to know that apparently she's the one that's gonna get it, and you're gonna be sucking hind tit.
She sort of stares. The other elves look around like, oh my god, what an insult, right? They look, but she, like, not even a blink, right? Just slowly sort of looks to you, and I think where you were sort of looking to sort of like cause a sort of reaction, I think it might sort of catch you odd that she like doesn't react at all. She just sort of like shrugs to that and says, yes, of course, the trusted channel of information that is a foreigner, I will leave you to ruminate on these in the upcoming decades of your short-lived lives, while I tend to the future, the past, the story and the memory of the people of Singorn and the elves beyond. She looks to Bryn and says, the people you are meant to return to, daughter.
For someone so smart and wise and intelligent such as yourself, you assume a lot about us.
I don't assume. I know.
You assume we're short-lived?
I mean, she's not assuming. That's kind of the thing. But
Yeah, Bella,
you
that's
keep
kind of
saying
truth.
you keep saying that I'm meant to return to, but like that's only to your side. You've never really told me about the other side.
She goes to sort of reach for that sort of amulet around her neck, but puts her hand down this time. Says, the path of the wind, the road that leads to nowhere that you've followed so far, only leads to disappointment and abandonment. Try all you wish, daughter, but one day, at the end of that path, when you look back and the rest of these others are gone, lost to the times, to the sands of times, will learn there is only one place for you, and that is here, by my side.
But you're dealing in absolutes, and you can't catch the wind.
And you see when you say that, give me a little insight roll. Amazing. Bryn, that maybe like not the exact wording of yours, like not the words that you say exactly, but whatever that metaphor is supposed to represent, right? That gets to her. And you see for a moment a look of sadness in her eyes before she just sort of fixes her posture again, the sort of porcelain-like face, everything sort of goes back. And she says, it is not yet time then. You will not see the wisdom of my words until the end of this path of yours.
But how can I see the wisdom when you taught me nothing?
And she looks back to you, and the rest of the elves behind her start to look around a little kind of like, what's going on here? She looks to you and says, what teachings am I to give? If a student flees, abandons, and forsakens their own. Remind you, daughter, your wanderlust is what stopped you from being where I am now. You could have very well been the voice of memory with enough preparation and training. Instead, I must take on this honor and burden.
But what's 17 years in the eyes of an elf? But a blink of an eye.
Yes, indeed, you are not fully an elf. And
No?
the rest of the people, like, sort of look around, the elves look around, and they don't do, like, ew, gross, right? But they look like that's not proper, like, it's not supposed to be a thing, right? As she looks back to you and says, and I think she's, like, with that instant roll, you realize she's saying this because she's surrounded with by a bunch of elves. She says, to a great shame of mine.
Or scoff when she says that. And she'll say in Elven, is that why you fiddle around with your token on your neck? Is that trying to like make you feel like you have like some kind of a conscience or what you did to her when she was young? It's good she left. She's a better person than you will ever be.
But damn, Roxy, that's fucking brutal.
He looks to you, Roxy, says, Half-blood, do not borrow our tongue in vain.
Half-blood, it doesn't matter. I'm a better person than you will ever be. Half-blood. And you're, what? You said it's a burden to be the voice of memory. I hope they all hear that. It's a burden to be such an important figure in the Singon.
Yeah, you see the elves sort of look around like, what does she mean by that, right? As they're kind of like looking around, but they're sort of like listening to you, but they're like, that's a half elf, right? I don't know how, like, does that matter that they're saying things, right? But they're like, yeah, they're listening, and Tenuviel sort of looks back, says, to hold eons and eons of ages, memories, lives, stories of past warriors, sages, and artists, all within one mind, is the greatest honor one could have. But also, it means that your life's meaning is just that. Once I am announced, the voice of memory, and trust me, Althea, it is meant to be. I will no longer have a name. I will no longer have eyes for the world that I did before. I will no longer have purpose I sought elsewhere. I will be just that. The voice and the memory of the elven people of Exandria.
Can I ask you
Once
a question?
No, you may not.
Yeah, well, it's going to be asked anyways. What makes you so much more
She sort of
deserving of
squints.
it than Althea?
She looks back, and Althea's sort of giving her this look, and Althea's giving this look of sort of like, I'm trying to look confident, but I'm also deeply intimidated by this person, right? The high priestess, Nanuial, looks on over to you, Sky, and says, oh yeah, here you go. Here's the art. There's the high priestess. She looks over and says, Althea Vasilisa is distracted. She attempts to manage her personal cares of this world and the teachings and the responsibilities of the voice of memory. Someone with a mind split between duty and love can never be voice of memory.
She
That is
laughs
why
at that.
I-
When she says love, she will scoff at that.
Mhm.
Is that true? Just because you care about someone as much as you care about your own people, you can't be the voice of reason? Because, I'll be honest, if she cares enough about her blood, do what she did, as well as caring about her people to the point that she does, I think that makes her the perfect fucking candidate for it. Because right now, what I'm looking at in front of me, in terms of you, is nothing more than a hollow shell of a person that can't care about anyone other than themselves. You stand there and say that being the voice of memory is a fucking burden. You look at your own daughter with shame in your eyes. I wouldn't say
Amazing.
you're fit to be the fucking voice of anything, let alone your own goddamn thoughts and reasons.
Hell yeah. As you're sort of speaking this, she sort of listens and looks at you for a while, and once you finish, she sort of looks back to Bryn, she looks back to you, and says, and at this point, the elves behind her are like, oh my god, like, this is, like, so rude, so mean to the high priestess, right? And while they are sort of murmuring, she raises a single finger, and they sort of hush for a moment, and she looks back to you and says, you're mortal. You're human. You only have a single lifetime. Your explosive emotions cannot be contained. That is why my people have the wisdom of the ages. Talk to me again in 200 years, and tell me how your experiences have changed you.
And
Then I will listen
You
to
know what?
your insight.
at this
It's-
point, Bella would
Hold
like.
on, hold on. I got one last thing.
Mhm.
As an Azamar, I will come see you in 200 years, lady. And I wink at her.
She just sort of looks at you as if, like, that doesn't change anything. She sort of stares back.
And then
Mhm.
Bella will step up to be as intimidating as possible and say, Yet, I bet you bleed and die like the rest of us.
A
Oh,
bunch
I
of the
just-
avant-guards like
just
draw their
make a
weapons.
death threat.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Wow!
Guards like, draw their weapons immediately.
Bryn is gonna draw her hand. Look. We're not looking for a fight right here. But you say that. And still, I don't even know about my other half.
The
How
other
can you
half
say
doesn't
that?
matter. You are elf
But it
of
does.
blood.
But will I live that long? That's the thing. I don't know. You keep saying in 200 years. Will I live to see 200 years?
She looks back to you, says, "This is a conversation for another time." She looks around in like the public place you're in, right? She says, "This is a conversation for another time." Daughter, I wish to speak to you tomorrow. And she sort of looks over at you, and she sees like the injury that you have, like your like trapezius muscle that's all like fucked up your shoulder, right? You probably have like some like bandages or something, right, on it still. And she sort of looks, says, "Such untoward appearance in the city of memory and art itself."
Ah, well, fuck, I've never been here, so what'd you expect me to show up as? Like, I came for the fucking Underdark.
She raises her hand and casts a 7th level heal spell on you. Your shoulder fixes instantly. You feel your arm begin to work again. Your fingers begin to move. Your like disadvantage on attack rolls is gone instantly.
Oh shit, that's the nicest thing you've done for me. Thanks, Mom.
She casts her spell. She says, "If you are to be tied to my name and presence, you can at least do me the minor honor of properly addressing me and appearing before others here. We will speak tomorrow, daughter. If you wish to find out more about who else you are, maybe this time you learn."
It's only been nearly 20 years.
She doesn't even say goodbye. She turns around and starts walking away. And all the elves begin to walk after, and they're still looking over to, like, Bella, who stepped up, and they're giving her, like, you know, fucking, they're elves. They can't give you, the like, mean eye or anything, right? But they just sort of look at you with, like, attention, right? Ready to do a bunch of backflips and slash at you as they start walking away, yeah? Althea finally sort of, like, exhales.
Right, you probably should have figured by my face that I was related to her. Sorry, Althea.
I did not, I apologize, see.
Yeah, I'm blue, so it's kind of hard to
Resemblance.
put together.
That was one of the things, yes, certainly. That was a lot. I don't...
Yeah, I mean, you're not wondering why I ran away, huh?
It is, it must be difficult. Well, I don't know your bond with Tenuviel. Seems a strained one, to say the least. But she is...
There's no bond. Put it that way.
I see. I am sorry to hear that.
I do like her fire, though. Damn.
She,
She's too bitchy. You know, you could be like bitchy, but not like that. She's like really nasty.
She has earned admiration and admonishment of many, even the High Warden of Singorn herself.
And I think she has some shit on them. There's no way she's that mean and people love her. There's absolutely not. She's probably like blackmailing them.
You see, she is extremely powerful. She's a very powerful priestess. She has worshipped the moon goddess for a very long time now, and she has some incredible... You've seen it. She gestures over to, like, the shoulder that was just, like, magically fixed up with, like, a super high-level spell, right?
Didn't she do that similar spell when we were in the Underdark when Bryn was almost dead?
Yeah. It's like a super powerful spell to do, right?
Well,
she
fixed basically like a crippling, like a handicap, which you couldn't fix.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how, important worshiping the moon goddess makes you. Shit, I had sex with the moon goddess one time. This nice little tiefling girl I saw down south once.
He blushes immediately and sort of looks at you and look kind of like shock, like what?
Look, she's blue with white hair, has like moon tattoos all over her. They call her the moon goddess.
I don't know. I
Look, her catch line is she'll make you see stars, and I was curious.
That's hilarious.
don't know how to react to that. I honestly
You
do not.
laugh.
I don't
just
think she's not
laugh.
really she's not really the moon goddess. I think that's the point.
I don't
Yeah.
think the Moon Weaver herself visits our earthly realms to have
Maybe she does. That
such
sounds
kind
like a
of
fun time.
relationships. I don't know.
Look, have you seen this? And like Sky like gestures to herself, like look at me.
No, not my sister-in-law. Please not.
I
You
don't
can
know.
have sex with Bryn's mom, but not my
I
sister-in-law.
think I need some rest for the day. This has been a long day, and I have a lot of things to think
Look,
about.
Really
Isn't your
quick-
sister like Sky's like looking at her? Is she like 16? She
Well,
looks
you know
really
what?
fucking young.
No, I'm a full adult. I'm an adult person.
I'm gonna go with her. Just to make sure she gets rid. I'm sorry, Bryn. I didn't know your mother was gonna be like here.
Yeah, well, we're in Singlewood, and I fucking told you I'd try to get us into Singlewood because of my mom.
She's gonna turn into Bryn's mom, and she'll be like, "I am a pretty bitch, and I can't wait to get this stick out of my ass."
Yeah, you're right,
Ah.
cunt. Like,
Althea
So-
to
tell
this
you,
like
that's why I
chuckles
fucking
a
laugh.
little bit, but then like catches herself and like fixes her posture, trying to look all proper and everything. Right. Well,
I just if you're gonna run off and do your thing around here, I
uh,
wouldn't turn into her. That seems like that might be something that they would easily see through and could cause us a whole heap of trouble we don't need.
I mean, I already got to talk to her. I mean, is she gonna yell at me because of that? It's whatever. Go ahead and fucking do it, Roxy.
All right, say less.
She
I gotta
sort of
get
look-
in.
Althea sort of looks around and says, "Thank you all for everything. Once again, I understand that we were strangers a few days ago, but now I owe you a life debt. I wish to find out more what happened down there and why they were trying to lure me into whatever trap they were trying for. But as of now, my mind is taxed, my body is tired. I wish to restore myself, rejuvenate myself, so I may return to my duties.
Where
I
can we
do-
like stay? Can we like? Is there like an inn around here?
She sort of thinks about it for a second. She says, down in the Reverie Walks or the Tarn Ward, they might be willing to let foreigners stay, although I'm not certain. This building here, she gestures to this beautiful building ahead you see with it's like a big tree in the middle of the walkway. It's like vibrant green with vines and flowers everywhere and tall trees. She says, this is where I will be remaining here. She looks over to you there, Roxy, and says, if possible, I would wish to speak with you tomorrow. I wish to meditate on everything that has happened, and perhaps with some clarity, speak with you again tomorrow. Do you think that
Okay.
would be possible?
Yeah, of course. I'll
If not
go.
tomorrow, anytime in the next 10 years.
What? That's a long time. No, it has to be tomorrow. We have to talk about you know who.
Very
10 years
well.
is too long. I'm not waiting that long to get him back.
Yes,
Fucking
yes,
elves.
very well. Very well. Understood.
Well, I don't think we'll have much problem. We'll just tell them Tenuvial's my mom, and then they'll probably give us a place to stay. I mean, I look like her. Look at me. It's just her face looks like her. But
She's
it's
gonna
blue.
she's gonna hug Bryn as her mom. Oh, Bryn, come on, daughter, let's go.
Yeah, look at us. Look at we're the same, right? It's just
You
blue
look
and
like
not
a
blue.
Tenuvial that has stopped breathing about 5 years ago.
My hair went
Amazing.
white too. I'm a little old.
Althea,
Mhm.
before you
Yeah, she looks
go,
back.
I'm just curious. Despite what we just heard, what is the selection process? Like, what is the criteria that the voice of memory is selected against?
Well, there is 3 main challenges and trials a student of memory must overcome to become the voice of memory. One, the most important one, is devotion, or power, that is. Ability to weave magic and words of creation into spells, capacity of a mind to contain such a vast incantations as well as memories of the elves within and beyond our mortal realm. The second is knowledge, the studying of tomes and ancient books that speak of the events past, and the works of sages that look to the future as well to predict things to come. And the third is the sense of soul, a fragment of devotion to the elven people, the love for the creations of both the Moonweaver as well as the god of beauty and art.
Yeah,
Those of
Nubia
you
feels
who
like she's lacking on that one.
Those of you who are, once again, sort of knowledgeable about elves as well as religion, when she says that, like, the god of art and beauty, she's talking about Coralon, the god, the Archheart, right? The sort of, there's 2 main gods of, like, the elves. That would be Coralon, the Archheart, as well as the Moonweaver, or Sechanin.
Look, Althea, I'm gonna just tell you from what I've met so far, you're ahead of my mum. She's not said boo about Corlon since I've known her, and I mean, since I've known her a lot less since I ran away. But you're a lot more aligned with it than she is.
Well, that's exactly the thing. I am a follower of Coralon. She is the follower of Sehanin. We are the 2 sides of the coin that make the spiritual bond that elves have to the divine. Only one of us can be the voice of memory.
It's ironic. I met someone who was devoted to the Archheart before I went to Stillbin. Shame that it's 2 sides to a coin.
Yep. There's a lot of contention between this. Maybe I'll just need a third one to fill the role, and you 2 just do you.
I appreciate your suggestion, but this has been the ancient way. I don't know if there'll be much about. I don't think the High Warden, and the High Warden, when she says that, by the way, High Warden is like the queen of all elves, right? Of all the elves of Singhorn. The individual who rules Singhorn is called the High Warden. And she says, I don't believe the High Warden will be interested in changing the ancient ways, but perhaps you do have a very different point of view in life than me. You see things vastly differently than we do, That, too, is wisdom,
Alright, well, get some sleep, and I guess I'll see you tomorrow.
I will trance upon everything that has happened, I will see you tomorrow. And she gives a polite sort of bow of the head, turns around, and walks into... You basically, like, walk her to her room, right? You walk into this, like, priestly building, this, like, beautiful sort of temple. There's 2 sides to the temple here in the memory ward. There is this building is in a courtyard, and in the center of this courtyard is a vast sort of like sakura, like purple and pink leaves tree that is like multiple hundreds of feet tall. This beautiful tree in the center here, and this is what at the base of this tree, at the roots of it, you see a gathering of like 500 people. There's 500 elves who are all sort of like trancing and meditating, like like clerics and druids in training, focusing on this tree, this holy Sequoia of Remembrance. This is the tree that you guys have heard about. This tree is rumored to have the memory of every single elf that has ever lived. And from a standpoint of like being a half-elf, especially here, Roxy, you've heard a little bit about this. This is the most like pretentious thing about elves ever. There is a great belief, and to some like religious study, truth to it, that elves do not die and sort of go to hell or heaven the way the rest of us mortals do. Instead, whenever an elf dies, they go to one of these great elven trees of power, and their soul becomes another leaf upon the tree, until, hundreds and hundreds of years later, the leaf falls from the tree. That means that soul of that particular elf has been reincarnated, born again elsewhere.
She will point out. My grandfather used to tell me about this tree. He's from here. He left a long time ago, though.
Sort of looks to you, sort of intrigued, says, "You have roots here. That is incredible."
Yeah, he left because he wanted to marry a human, and you know how they are here.
And she sort of looks. There's a mix of like, I wish to commiserate with you here, but this is so foreign to me because I've grown up in such a different culture, right? And she sort of looks at you like, I see. It must have been difficult for him.
Yeah, well, he loved my grandmother, so he wanted to leave.
She sort of looks a little kind of lost in thought for a moment and says, "Tenuviel, as sometimes difficult, she is wise. She's right about one thing. Love. Love for others in my family is something that is dearly important to me."
I understand. There's nothing wrong with that. She's thinking it as a weakness, and she's wrong. It's not. It's a strength.
Say that, but what's the other half of me? I've never found out.
And when you do, you don't need her to find out. We can figure it out.
How can I find it out unless she tells me?
She sort of looks over. Althea looks to you, Bryn, says, "Well, in a strange certain circumstance of foresight, if I do become the voice of memory, you, being partially elven, I will be able to learn such things. As a voice of memory, you are privy to information of just about any elf, living or past."
There
And
you
maybe
go.
that's why she wants to become the voice of reason, so no one else can know.
That's a good point. I didn't think of that.
So
They
that's
can start
how-
looking in her past, right?
Right? If she becomes the voice, no one else can know.
Yeah, but is it really that shameful?
I don't know, I can't tell you.
To her people.
I have no idea,
possibly.
she's never told me about it.
Another video
Well.
I forgot. Here you go.
You're blue.
Here's
Maybe
my
your dad's
semi-blurry
blue.
face.
I mean, I'm blue. That could just be plain a touch. That doesn't have to specifically mean anything else. The Arashari, which I live near, were by the airplane. It's not like... I don't know. She never told me. And it's definitely not an elf, by the way she's phrased it.
If it was an elf, she would scream into the roof. She's apparently is in something that's not elven. She said she was ashamed.
Look, sometimes people have a taste for the exotic. Who are we to judge?
We're not, but there's nothing wrong with that. I don't.
Right. When you're as much of a cunt as my mom, you think that you'd either be elven or not.
Look, all I'm saying is maybe the high priestess of Sayanina, or whatever her name is, has it out for an exotic taste in partners.
Yeah, but then don't be ashamed of it. Don't shame your daughter. Don't shame
Well, I
every
mean-
other people.
A lot of religious women are, sort of prudish and don't want people to know their secrets like that.
Althea looks uncomfortable. She looks out and says, "I'm gonna go to my room now and rest."
It's all right. And I'll talk to you tomorrow, okay?
Yes, on the morrow. And she, gives a polite bow, and
Oh, hey,
she. Uh-huh.
one more thing before you leave,
Yeah.
Althea.
Yes, of course.
And Sky just very quickly makes a motion down towards the gun, but draws up her hand and points it at her, like feigning that she drew the gun and pointed at her.
Yeah. She
Pulls
looks a
down her
little bit-
thumb and goes, bang.
Aye,
Shit,
enough with
okay.
that. I already took the shot for her.
She stares at you as if and then you realize oh, she doesn't know what guns are. She doesn't know exactly how this thing works, right? And she's just staring at you oh, you're talking about the moon goddess again. No, thank you. I have no interest
Wow.
in you in such a way. I am so
Wow.
sorry.
No,
You're
no,
just
no,
not
no.
my
Sky-
type.
I was
Guy, just gonna fuck off right now. Like, I'm not dealing with this.
Yep.
I need to go to my room. I am honestly flattered, but you are not my. I will rest now.
Would
and
you
she
just take
slowly-
your narrow ass to bed? Jeez.
And she doesn't know if that's again you're flirting with her or something, so she just awkwardly starts walking away, right, and goes off to rest.
Look, these kind of Elven types, they gotta stick up their ass. Guy, like you can.
That's
Oh.
not a stick up an ass. That is repressed.
I'm gonna walk on it, all right? She's my family. I'm not repressed.
No.
Yeah, but
you're
you're
not.
half
You grew
just
up
like
out
my-
outside this place.
Trust me, I'm gonna tell you something. Her brother is nothing like that. Like,
Roxy.
absolutely not.
Roxy, this is a fucking cult commune. That's what this is.
He grew up, he was in a fucking maze of death, but he was nothing like that. He's not a prude at all. He's actually really funny and cocky and kind of sarcastic. And he's nothing like this. I mean, you're right. She grew up
There are
here.
a bunch of elven guards behind you. These are the holy grounds of the priest temple. You must leave. You do not belong here. And they're holding
Yeah,
little scimitars.
whatever.
She's looking like she still looks like Bryn Mom, and she'll
Yeah.
just give him the middle finger.
Look.
Oh yeah,
look,
so they realize you're them, and they look like, oh, High Priestess, we are so sorry. We apologize. Do you need anything?
Yes, can
It's
you have
fine.
a
We're
way to
all elves.
take the stick out of my ass?
Priestess?
Brenna's
Sorry.
dying.
I'm just gonna walk away.
They're
Brenna's
just
just like
looking
hunched over
shocked,
and
of
laughing.
what the heck? What just happened? By the light of the Archard, what has she said to me? And then they start talking about it.
Amazing.
As you guys leave and head your way down to either the Reverie Walks or the Tarn Ward.
Look,
All right.
I tried to tell you guys that my mom was an absolute cunt, but you weren't listening.
I mean, I think we kind of we listened, right?
Yeah, but
there's
you
kinda
said she was hot before she was a cunt, so yeah, I don't know.
Look, people
be
can
both.
still be assholes and
Yeah.
be hot. Look at Roxy.
What the
Yeah,
fuck?
no,
does
no,
that
no,
mean?
no, 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 no. Roxy
Goddamn.
is Roxy's got way more fucking redeeming qualities than my mother does.
I'm not saying that Roxy doesn't have redeeming qualities. I'm just saying you can be attractive and be, not
No,
necessarily a good
no.
person.
There's a bitch and there's a cunt. Roxy
you-
can be a
you-
bitch
So you're saying
sometimes.
Roxy's a
but-
bitch?
You
My
understand,
mom
like,
is
I'm right
a-
here, right? Like I'm standing here.
Oh, yes, Tanuvial, you may go now.
Oh, all right. She's gonna walk down the street, just bumping into people.
Come back here, come back here.
Priestess, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, I'm drunk. I had too much wine.
What?
She's gonna walk around.
Priestess. You start walking around. No one approaches you because you're the High Priestess, right? No one comes over to check out. Why is the High Priestess drunk in the middle of the day? They just sort of let you walk on around. You walk your way on through. Now, you do find a spot. You go your way down to the Reverie Walks, and it's quite beautiful here. Tall trees that sort of connect these buildings, built inside of the branches and then the treetops and such. And you find a little place there. There's an elven couple that sort of governs the location. They have a bunch of magically summoned, ghostly, beautiful sort of servants and a floating violin that infinitely plays music here softly. You're the High Priestess. You can just tell them hey, we would like to stay here. And they will be it'll be our honor to let you stay here, no charge, no nothing. They sort of look at you why do you have these foreigners with you? Your greatness.
Oh, they're here for the orgy.
Sorry.
I'm gonna hook my arm around Roxy Tanuvial Yeah,
Right?
we're together.
Yeah,
They look sort of like shocked and look around like, what is going on?
I like foreigners. They turn me on. Can't wait to have more of them.
He said my little human ears are absolutely adorable.
You know, they don't live
Um,
very long, so they won't be around much longer to tell the tale of having sexual relations with me.
The elf couple is like shocked. They're like horrified and shocked. They're like, very well, we'll have room service clean up out.
No, we
Here's
don't
the
need it
keys.
cleaning. We like it like that, nasty dirty.
Could
Thank
you
you for the key.
Gods.
could you do me a
Yeah, they
favor?
are. Mhm.
Could you send some leather ties up? I think we're gonna need them.
Ah,
Oh
I
my
see.
God.
And
Goodness,
lots of booze, lots of alcohol.
Lots of alcohol. Goodness. The like wife of the couple is like looking at like, I knew it. But the guy's like shocked. As you guys head off to get yourself a free lodgings for the night. Later that evening, as you guys are just sort of like resting, two guards show up and be like when the disguised self is like gone and vanished already, and be like, somebody has been trying to impersonate our high priest. Have you seen who has done this? We have gotten rumors that she has made appearance in this place.
Oh. Are you asking me?
Yes, of course. This is where they've been seen, and you are a foreigner. They bring strange chaos and unpredictability to the seat of elves here in the verdant expanse.
Look, I'm a daughter, and I'm gonna just tell you right now, no weird shit's
Guy
been
just
happening
golfs in the
around us.
background.
You are the daughter of Tenuviel, the high priestess of Sahanin Moonviver.
Yeah, look at my face. It's the same face but blue.
You're blue. That is odd. Very well. We believe you here, but have you seen your mother around acting strangely? Somebody has been attempting to impersonate her. She has been present at the Sequoia of Remembrance this entire day. There's many eyewitnesses.
You know, like, I haven't seen her, but maybe she was in both places at once. I wouldn't be surprised if my mom could split herself.
Ain't she like magical
That's-
or something? Can't she like do spells?
She's a
and
very
shit?
powerful priestess, yeah.
They look at you, like an elf look at you as if they perfectly understand how this works and say, like, that's not how magic works. I don't know. We will leave you be now. And they sing and leave. You are all left by yourselves for the rest of the night. You notice, though, the night is the most active social part of the elven life here. Most people wake up at night, right? And because they only sleep 4 hours, right? They're elves, they trance, so they're up throughout all the night and go around. This entire day and night you're here, there is this sort of ambient music, this beautiful music coming from the center of that lake, of the lake Imlas. There is a song of sort of peace or sadness or anger, whatever it is that you feel at the moment. The song almost sort of amplifies it.
Well,
I
I've
have a
got to sleep
question.
for 8 hours. So good night.
But hold on. So I want to share something with y'all before we get into elven politics tomorrow.
Go ahead.
So when we got here and I went off and walked around a little bit, I used that sending stone, the one that you took from Caneth. Against my better judgment, I reached out to them to see what they were gonna do with Sorik's body, and I was able to tell from the conversation that was had that Ash does in fact seem to be pulling the strings and manipulating them, because the way the questioning went was that they were willing to talk until she got on the line, and then it was almost like have you ever heard of the idea of like a sleeper agent, like somebody that is thrown into a trance when a keyword is said?
I think I understand what
Yeah,
you're
when
talking
she
about.
started speaking and she said a very specific word, the attitudes of all of them present changed, and suddenly there was a loss of assuredness in question, and it just became a sort of blank adherence to what she had said. That it was in fact me and the DawnGuard that were responsible for Sorg's death.
Do you think the pages have something to do with it? Like, Cass had the pages and something was talking to his mind. Do you think they all had one? Because we took one from Gameth.
I don't.
Do they all have one?
So I don't think it's the pages, right? Like the pages seem to do something completely different to Cass. Yes, it twisted him, but this is like he's being controlled because
I could tell you from experience too, from what I saw when I was in the temple with the sister Sky. She was being controlled by Ash.
that is what I'm afraid of. And just go back. Ash joined like when I was still part of that, right, DM?
No. Like, you were surprised to learn that there's someone else now as a part of it, right?
Gotcha. Okay. It was.
Also, yeah, here's the character I don't think I shared before, but this is who Bryn saw and nearly sort of got blasted by, this lady, yeah?
That is my sister. Can you see the resemblance?
Yeah, she almost fucked me up, Arinia. And honestly, it was by
I
the
will-
command of by Ash. She asked her to do it.
I will absolutely say, just based, I don't think Jess, you and I fully sort of discussed it here, but based on, I'll say, what Bryn has seen in that brief encounter you had, this lady uses a lot of, like, ice-type magic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. So
She's an evoker, yeah.
pretty much. We were the exact polar opposite. I was fire and she was ice. But I think Ash is succubus. That makes sense. Like she's
would
exerting that
control-wise.
control over them.
To bring about the prince, right?
Pretty much. But that does mean it can be broken.
Even if it can be broken, doesn't mean the resolve can.
Look, I know this is a big ask. I know they have done a lot of terrible things. If we can at least get one of them, just one, doesn't matter who, and get them into a position where we can question them and I can figure out just how much of what we did was of our own volition versus someone else's, then I will make my decision on whether or not I put them in the ground.
How would you know if they've been controlled?
I can dispel the magic.
The magic is dispelled, and I can confront them with everything we did. Then I can gauge if what they are feeling in the moment is the exact same thing I felt when I woke up. Before everything else happened.
Look, Sky, I can offer you the spell and a magic. I can make sure they're truthful as much as I can. But other than that, I can't show you much more. They
I know.
try to kill us, especially Arinia, after what I experienced with her. I'm owed a pound of flesh.
They're too dangerous for us to be able to just go up to them and dispel magic. I was
She said
explaining that
only-
to Cass.
She said only one.
I
Comes down
just-
to two.
They come
Give
in
it a-
pairs, right? They always travel in pairs.
Guys, they are my family, and I am asking to just work with me on this one thing. Don't worry about pounds of flesh and vengeance just yet, please.
I'm
It's
fine.
reasonable. I'll try.
I think what Roxy is getting at is it might be easier to do once they're incapacitated.
Yeah, like not kill them, but like you're gonna
Well, I
have
mean
to
that
somehow get them low enough for us to be able
that
to do something to them.
that's kind of the idea, right? I'm just asking for, you know, the help at the moment, right? Like we're not planning yet. It's just, hey, this is my idea. Would you help me do it?
Just making sure we're on the same page. Yes.
You got mad that I shot him, but I was trying to shoot him so we can get him low enough to be able to do something to him. We can't go. He shot a finger of fucking some beam of death at that thing, and that thing just. He would did that to us, we would be fucking dead.
I don't want to
Listen
get
to
back
me.
into that, okay? Because
Look,
there's a
look,
lot of
yeah.
what ifs in that moment.
Look, let's not unpack that. That was a terrible situation that got out of hand really quickly. And that wasn't anything to do with us. But going forward is what we can address. And going forward, we'll incapacitate anyone from the Red Path to try and question them rather than kill them. Right? She looks at the rest of the party.
I mean, they try to kill you, so if you're fine with it, I'm fine with it.
Only once tried to kill me.
They also
Why I'm
try to
fine.
kill Cass.
You're trying to kill us all.
Crime sign. Incapacitate them to questioning.
Yes. It's good with me.
Answers are better than silence.
Thank you.
Well, at least we have a solid answer rather than before, where it was a little bit incongruent. And shoot them, don't shoot them. Now we know we want to get answers from them.
I normally get answers with violence, so I mean,
You didn't know that fucking Dragonborn was gonna smite him into the earth, so it's.
I had no idea who that fucking man was. I didn't know what he is.
Yeah, until I shot it was fucking Archon the Cruel. You didn't know.
Who?
I still don't even
Archon
know who
the
that
Cruel?
fuck is.
Nobody knows who that is.
He's the champion of Tiamat.
You guys actually haven't talked about it. You
Yeah,
realized
Bryn
it
knew.
in the moment. You realized
Right,
it in the
Kaz
moment. You realized
doesn't
like,
know who he is.
oh fuck.
The-
But then you guys left and never really. You just realized like this fucking
Yeah.
dude showed up and murdering
Yeah, only-
everyone.
I think
You
only
haven't
Bryn
talked about
knew.
it, huh? Yeah. So when you mention it, everyone looks at you like, who?
You don't know. He's the fucking champion of Tiamat. How do you know who he is? He's like the paladin of vengeance for Tiamat.
When did he come into renown?
Oh,
Tiamat, isn't that like some kind of betrayer god?
Yes, but like back before when Vecna was trying to go into power. Like that's what his
I
fucking
don't
arm
know
is.
if you remember this, Bryn, but current events I'm not really caught up on. Anything in the past I can tell you about.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you this. So his arm is definitely a piece of Vecna, and he tried to help against
The owner of the
Vecna.
pages? The original owner of the pages?
Yes, that's what his arm is.
Oh,
And
stars.
maybe
Archon,
maybe they
I will
stole a
say-
page from him. Maybe that's why he's after
Casimir.
them.
Casimir, I'll say being a divination wizard especially, you are a great believer in both the destiny and changing what destiny is meant to be, right? You realize like these pages we've been dealing with, and now the hand of the creator of the pages comes in. That cannot be a coincidence, right? That is like too serendipitous. That is too like destiny bound to just be like a random thing that just happens. Huh?
Yeah, this isn't. I'm worried about this, friends.
Which-
It can't.
trust
be
me, I'm worried
nonsense.
about it too. It's fucking the champion of Tiamat, which is not a good sign in itself. The betrayer
would-
goddess.
You would absolutely know, basically, with the religion roll you made before, Bryn, you would know the final 2 episodes of Critical Role Season 1, right? So you
Yeah.
know who Archon is. He's a powerful, paladin of Tiamat. Always was like a powerful paladin of Tiamat, but in the very last thing that world has heard about him is that he aided a great heroic group, or was like part of
Right.
this big heroic group that took down Vecna and then betrayed them. And stole this god artifact called Hand of Vecna.
Look, the thing with Archon himself is he helped the last group like us, Vox Machina.
He killed a god.
He helped to kill the god, which is Vecna. And in return, he stole the arm, which is what we saw, that cut off Sorix's arm. But the thing is, we can't trust them, and we can't trust the Red Path as far as Ash goes. And unfortunately, we can't face Archon either. The moment I realized who he was, fucking knew the battle was lost. That's why I tried to pull everyone out.
I may have pissed him off.
What do you mean you may have pissed him off? What do you mean? He's the fucking champion of Tiamat. You don't want to piss off the paladin who's chosen by a god.
I mean, you saw the cow's head, the Minotaur's head get decapitated.
I mean,
That was
yeah, it was
That
so
was-
unfortunate. But
that was my
It
kind
just
of
sort of
doing.
happened. Yeah.
what do you mean it was? Oh, and then Bryn just realizes, like, because she
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
understands Casimir's
Yes, you
divination
did
as a
it.
Stars
Oh,
druid. She's
no.
like, oh,
And he
That-
knows my name.
Casimir, why would you do that? Why? Being under the scrutiny of anyone. Why would like you're already
Casimir
under the
just
scrutiny of Vecna. Now you're
Casimir
under the
just-
scrutiny of fucking Tiamat too.
Casimir just kind of side eyes, quickly glances over at Roxanne and Sky. I'm like, I don't know.
For reference of severity of that, from Bryn's point of view, like, you made the, Oath of Vengeance Paladin decapitate his friend, his best friend? Oh, man.
You really grabbed the bull
Yeah.
by the horns on that one.
Hey.
Boo.
Oh, well,
I mean,
We're fucked.
they already think that we're part of the Red Path, so it doesn't fucking matter. I mean, we couldn't convince him.
you know
either way.
that
We
actually
did
might work
try.
to our advantage if they go back to the red path. He's gonna go after the red path now.
Nah, I mean, it's not good for her family if he kills them all. She says she wants to get answers. I mean, there's no stopping whatever the fuck that is.
Well,
He
maybe we'll
targeted
get
him.
lucky. Maybe
He
we'll get
targeted
lucky.
him. Though.
I told
But like,
you
why
all
would you
before.
target someone like him when you had someone like Jorman or whatever the fuck his name is right in front of you? Like a person who can possibly do battle with you. He did not even care about him. It's like he went straight for him. Like he was the one
Because-
who did whatever he did.
Because he was injured. And when you're in a battle like that, you take out the weakest one first.
I think they took pages from him, and he was the one who did it. He is
Well-
magically more inclined, is he not?
Well, the thing with magic cast is you take one hand away and make it more difficult to cast magic component, which is your hands.
You did hear him, by the way, to sort of Roxy's point a little bit here. You did hear him at the start of that when he exited the portal and everything, all the chaos started. He said you dared to steal from the queen's own hoard. The only punishment fitting that is death. And then he went right for Storic, right?
He's gonna go for the more magically inclined one because you cripple him and you can't support the other.
I think he had something to do with taking that shit that took from him. Like, I think
Well-
that's what it is.
They definitely took something from him, right? They earned his ire.
Maybe he was collecting pages. I mean, if he has the arm, he's gonna want the book.
Probably.
Regardless,
It's,
we've got to piece it together either way. And I suppose
Yeah.
tomorrow we'll learn a bit more about what's going on. It's been a long day.
You all evidently thinking over everything, the possibilities, what is going on, why is the Red Path getting involved, or on opposite sides with Archon the Cruel and like Tiamat and all that, the thoughts of like the Red Prince and everything that's going on, this election, sort of election, right, for this voice of memory. Bryn, with your like mother on your mind right now is everything. Roxy thinking of Althea and Jonas past that. Like, why did they want her? Like, why did they get her to like go into a trap or something? I mean, it didn't work for them. Like, and also, I think Roxy realized, like, if we weren't there, two things, like, they could have maybe captured her, but more likely, she and the Red Path members, in, like, a good and bad situation, right? You realize, like, if we didn't show up, Althea would be dead, probably by Archon's hand, but also those two, like, Path members would probably also be dead, right? So, good and bad type of thing.
See, and this is what I'm thinking, right? Like we sent her a sending spell, and she got the same thing I got with the sending spell, that he's in the darkness. Now, if she talked to somebody, how would they know to specifically pick him and pretend that he was in trouble in the Underdark? It's like how many people were part of this, voice of memory? Maybe your mother has been silently, slowly taking them out one by one because she can't win. So she's taking them out.
But the thing is, she's not the voice of memory yet. So how would
No.
she know what to latch
But
onto?
she knows all the candidates. She's taking them out one by one so she wouldn't have to compete.
I'm not doubting you
There was,
because I don't trust her either.
There was some research done back at Cobalt Soul some time ago. You guys learned of some like candidates.
Yeah, and you
for
learned
the
all
voice
about
memory.
them.
There was like 6 of them at the time. There's only 2 now.
Like, what happened to all of them? Like, what if she has something to do with tricking her to get her down there so that way she can just be the voice of memory?
Can I ask
I can't
how
I can't
she
argue with
would?
you.
Can I ask how she would figure out about Jonas being down there?
I have to ask Althea if she talked to anybody about him. It would be the only way that she would know. Because
You have
I
to
did
ask her
sending.
tomorrow.
It was the same exact thing that she heard that I heard. I had that weirdo guy that at
Well,
the
Roxy, if it helps you, I'll try and find something out tomorrow with my mom. I'll try
She's
to
gotta be
figure out anything.
dangerous. What if she's working with them? No offense,
She could,
Kai.
honestly, I wouldn't put it past her to work with them because my mother is a narcissist above anything else. And
What
she
i-
wants to be the one in power.
what if
But
what if they need like some old elven person to bring this Red Prince back? Althea's not gonna work with the Red Path, but your mother
no, she
might.
can't. My mother, you're right, because my mother doesn't care. She just wants to be the one who's in power. If that means sacrificing the rest of the elves, she'd do it. Because she's not in league with Corlon. If she were a priestess to Corlon, I doubt that a lot more, to be honest with you. But it's Althea who's reliant on Corlon, not my mother.
I mean, I have the names of the people. I wrote them down when I was looking up the people who were going to be the next. I mean, I can ask questions, like where are they? If they're all
You-
dead, that
do you
makes
wanna-
make a fucking. It's very important. If they're all dead,
Do you want to send me those names? Give me those names so I can ask her tomorrow.
she'll hand her all the
'Cause I
names that
have-
she wrote down that I got from the Cobalt Soul.
They're
'Cause,
all in Elven. You're looking
yeah.
at them like, fuck.
Bryn can read the elven names, just not the language of
Yeah,
them.
I'm joking.
Bryn
Alright.
refuses to learn elven.
Yeah. Absolutely. Okay.
All right, I'll take these
Excellent.
names, and I have a feeling our meetings are going to be about the same time, just because elves like they'll function at the sort of dawn or dusk type of time. So,
Fuck, that means I only got 4 hours of sleep.
yeah, dawn or dusk, pick one. Anyways, yeah, I'll take these names and try to figure out anything from my mom, but talk to Althea about them too, see what we can learn. But I've got a few of my own personal selfish questions I gotta ask her.
Mhm. Okay, awesome.
In, in the event that she is working with Red Path and Ash and all of that, who's going with who? Because going alone seems like
Roxy
a
and
real
I are
fucking terrible
splitting.
idea.
They're in the
Roxy and
same
I are
building,
splitting.
by the way, so like, yeah.
Yeah, so Roxy and I are splitting. I have a feeling the two of us won't be together, so it'll be from there.
I'll go with you, Bryn.
All right.
I
I
can go
mean,
with Roxy.
it's up to you if you
Alright.
want. She's gonna look at. I think she knows something about your Loxin. I'm not. I think she's pretending to not be who she is. I don't know why. Maybe she's has a lot of enemies here. I mean, looking at Bryn's mom, I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't say too much shit about my life either if I was around here.
Between
Well,
you and
maybe.
I think that she is consecuted. I think that's a this may not be
Oh,
her
what? What'd you just
first.
say?
She may she this may not be her first form. She may be reborn.
What do you mean, reborn? Oh, like your father.
Yes.
So, like, is that like a thing in your island that anyone can be consecuted? I'm just asking out of curiosity.
Sorta. It's like a process of like chosen ones get. Like not every single person gets it.
So, like, being like great friends with the person who like runs, your island. Is it possible I could be consecuted? Just putting it out there.
Possibly. You would knowing, understanding your own sort of like religion, Bella. Like, yeah, that possibly could be done. No?
Possibly.
I
It-
think you should read more into what consecution is.
I mean,
It's a little fucked up.
I could only live to be 100 years, and he could live to be 700.
Yeah, so the way it works, at least from what I've heard in my travels over there, is you become part of the Luxon, right? When you die, your soul goes into it. I don't know how close you have to be to one of these like weird candlelight things that they worship, but the point is your soul goes into like a ball of souls and it just kind of sits there. At some point, whether it is in a year or 2 years or 1,000 years, or at some point you will be reborn and you will be reborn into a new body, right? Slowly, over the course of time, eventually your personality will come to surface. And then they will identify that, oh yeah, this person that we thought was named, John, is actually the reincarnation of Roxy.
Man,
Which means
imagine
there
me
is no
living.
guarantee that you come back as yourself.
Imagine me living forever.
Yeah.
It's a terrifying experience, but I think it's wonderful.
It's not necessarily living forever. It's someone else will be born that will develop your memories, and then they will start calling them you. But you won't necessarily be, and she just like gestures to you. You won't be a fair-skinned, red-headed, blue-eyed half-elf. You might be an orc. You
But
might be a bugbear.
How does Althea look exactly like Althea, though? Like, did they put her memories in like her
That-
granddaughter's body?
No,
So-
that isn't how the process. Like, and she like points
Maybe
off in
she
the gesture.
figured out how to make the process be different because they don't worship the Luxon here.
Maybe.
The artifact also carries properties of time and space. So theoretically, there may be ways to turn back time, to mess with alternate realities. I mean, I interact with alternate versions of myself on the daily.
Really?
What if she's Althea from the past?
Then he'll be happy because it'll really be her.
Or hear me out. We know Ash can assume people's identities. What if that's Ash or one of those goo things?
Well, I can ask her very important questions that he told me that he would only know. I'll meet with her tomorrow.
I think that's unlikely. I think there's too many specifics.
I don't think Ash can fool too many elves in Singorn. That's a lot to keep up. She wouldn't be able to do both.
I think we should not underestimate her capabilities.
Depends on how many years you have. The more years you have, the more ability you have to lie. And a devil's got a lot of years behind them.
Yeah, but I know a lot of personal things she told me about her. And if she doesn't remember it, then it's not her.
Unless she
Food for thought.
tortured him out of Athea.
Then Sky looks at her pocket watch. Yeah, we're about to get 3 hours of sleep at this rate.
Right.
What's the moon like tonight?
And a big old crescent moon up in the sky. The blue one, at least. Katha, you cannot see Ruidus in the sky tonight. It's quite beautiful as you sort of step on out. There's something truly, enchanting about looking out on a beautiful starry night. It's sort of like early. Well, at this point, it's like about to be like winter time soon, right? Snow has not fell yet, but as you sort of look on out, it is quite beautiful here.
Well, before I bed down, I would like to see if I can get in contact with Ortusa.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if someone needs to come with me. I know you were just saying that, but I hear that there's places connected to the Feywild here.
I know where there is one I can show you.
Also, I'm so sorry I didn't send this to you before, but Bella, you and your people would have had you have a different name for this, what you believe to be Luxon Beacon or whatever.
Right.
I'll send a little thing to you, and this is what your people would pronounce it as. This is what they would call it, right? But this is what they call it, and in your language, in your draconic sort of language, it means fire from before.
Gotcha. Cool. Good luck pronouncing that, Zach, but
I believe
That
in you.
is a word.
that is definitely a word.
A fantasy word, indeed.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll show him to that grove, or show her to the grove that I had walked by earlier, where there was just weird singing.
Yeah, absolutely. You bring her over to the grove. There is a set of mazes of tall ferns and hedges that has been built here. Every once in a while, you will see a tiny little sort of palm-sized person with butterfly wings sort of fly on by around here. And as you approach this space, yeah, Bella, immediately you see the symbol in the back of your hand begin to sort of amplify with power.
I'm gonna swat a pixie out of the air, like, dude, get the fuck out of here.
It's super fast. It blows you a raspberry and flies off.
Fucking fireflies from hell.
Minute later, you feel like a needle type of tiny little arrow hit you in the ass as someone giggles in the bush.
Be nice.
What do you mean be nice? They're all in my face and it shot me in the ass. Fucking go talk to your wife thing real quick.
One flies by, throws a bunch of colors in your eyes, and keeps flying off.
All right.
They're just being annoying. As you sort of step on into this maze, you sort of look around, and you kind of enter the maze for a moment and start to kind of glance about. There is this entire sort of a mansion, like a nobleman's mansion, has fully been sort of overtaken and overgrown by a bunch of vines and trees that have grown out of nowhere, of strange multicolored flowers and leaves. And as you sort of step on in, you see a creature that sort of walks along one of the floors there. There is a sort of a lower part body of a goat, an upper half of sort of a sort of heavy set man with tiny little ram horns, holding a flagon. He falls down and breaks a table as another few laugh at him, and they keep sort of drinking. As you see some sort of strange fey creatures in this part of the city. There's no elves here, just these fey beings.
I'll approach him out of this. Excuse me, do you know where I can find a pool of water, like a spring or something?
The fuck? He just looks up at you. Who are you? Takes a swig of his drink. What are you doing here? You want a drink?
No, I'm okay. I'm just looking for some water, some spring or something.
Oh, I'm so full. I think I'm gonna throw up. Yeah, I'm gonna throw. He starts vomiting in front of you.
Okay, thanks for the help, and then I'll go.
Oh God, Teddy, why did you drink so much? God, why did you drink? He walks off.
Teddy!
As you sort of continue to walk through the maze here, you find a little fountain, a beautiful fountain of sort of silvery clean waters. you sort of feel this connection here. At this point, you're seeing all kinds of little kind of fairy creatures flying about. They're looking at you and are kind of like confused, like, what are you doing here? What are you doing here? You see some of them like whispering to each other, thinking of something, but for the moment, you sort of approach and see this, fountain of water.
Yeah, I don't know if it helps, but I'm now Fey touched, quote unquote.
Yes, you are. Yeah.
So, and like I said last session, I kind of envision like that symbol from R2's on my hand slowly now going up my arm.
Super cool.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. As the connection grows.
I think. Do you speak Sylvan, though?
I do not know.
Okay. You hear some like whispering in that like weird Fey language, but you do catch the word mention of like Arethusa as one of the like little kind of pixies whispers to a nearby sort of like fairy. Yeah.
Gotcha. So I will approach the water, take out the symbol of Arthusa that Yar gave me,
Mm-hmm.
and try to contact her.
Okay. Amazing. You focus here for a moment, and without any roll necessary, this is the right place to do it, right? And as you hold up the symbol there, you see the symbol of like the crescent moon with the stars glowing, almost like the smiling face of hers that illuminates with sort of vibrant, healthy green on your hand there. You watch the waters of the fountain begin to swirl, and her form begins to rise from the waters. You see the sort of long sort of lily pad leaves that sort of cover her, the long hair made of strands of like both water and vines, and her smile as her eyes sort of land on you.
Oh, it's like she's actually there?
She's here. She emerges from the water in front of you, and she smiles and says, "There you are. It's been some time since I've seen your face.
It's been too long.
Too long indeed. I've seen many of your adventures, many exciting moments you've been through. Such hard battles, such exciting moments. I
hope
envy this world for having you here. Also, I wish that I could have you back in my home."
Whoa.
I don't know what to say. I feel the same.
You look troubled. Is everything all right?
Things are getting hectic, to say the least. Complicated.
Well, if you ever need someone to talk to, I guess you know where to find me.
Well, I just want to spend some time with you and get to know you more. Would that be okay?
That would be fantastic. I would love nothing more. She holds her hand out as she steps back into the pool of water. Says, "Come."
I will reach out, take her hand, and follow.
She grabs your hand and pulls you under the water. Up. You see the pool sort of. Sky's you're like, "Wait, what?" As you're getting distracted by a bunch of fairies, like, "Get the fuck out of my way!" You rush on over. You see the water sort of, as she sort of descends, her top of her head disappears. You rush on up and look down. This fountain's like a foot deep of water. They're just gone as you look down.
Yeah, Brent's gonna fucking kill me.
As this happens, you stay there kind of worried a little bit for a while as yeah, you're like, fuck, what am I, like, where, you're trying to ask these like fairy people, they're like, who knows, and they like fly off, right, just being like elusive and annoying. About like 30 minutes later, the pool of water begins to open, and stepping on through is Bella again. Bella, in the what seems like an hour here to Sky, has been 7 days in the Fey realm, where you and Arethusa went on like different like touristy kind of places, like together, shared a bunch of like experiences and stories with each other, and just like with like weird like Feywild time dilation. You just had like a full week of time with her, like bonding and talking and sort of learning what she does, and you don't know, just like spend some amazing time. I will let you decide how like intimate that got, if they're any closer or different. Now, you learn that she is a maybe not like full like archfey level of power creature, but she does have many like followers and people who believe in her. She's a sort of like an upstart archfey, right?
Right.
And she has a lot of like followers of her own as well, which you can become as well. She shows you to sort of different locations. Apparently, you learn that her mother is a very powerful sort of watery archfey, like archfey of the tide and the waves, right? And she inherited some of those like watery powers from her. You sort of spend a lot of time with her. I mean, you're very sort of, love struck. So I don't know if you would be the best judge of character, like if she's like a good person or bad person type of stuff. You don't see her do anything like questionable or nefarious or something, but she doesn't fully do anything just out of the goodness of her heart either. She does everything she has for the fun of the moment, the now, the here, the right now, right? And that's her sort of enjoyment of life. That's the emotion she's defied by being a fey creature.
I feel like that kind of balances out Bella in a way too, because she's a little more rigid, I guess, you know what I'm saying? So that spice in her life is needed, if that makes sense. So
okay, excellent. So as you return, do you look any different? Do you have like a crown of flowers on you, or like a garland of like a lei that you're carrying or wearing or something, or what do you think?
Sure, that'd be kind of funny. It's just
if you have anything, you can have like an ice cream or come up with a giant bouquet of flowers, like whatever you want to be. Like you just went on a 7-day like vacation in the Feywild. You feel more rested than you ever had. Every single night was like drinking and dancing and meeting new fun people type of stuff. It's a good time.
I'm gonna seize this woman by like the scruff of her like armor. Like, what the fuck was that?
I just took her hand and she took me to her home. It was wonderful. Here, take a flower. You need to chill out a little bit.
Man,
You need a flower that changes colors.
Fountain. Look! And like Sky puts her hand in and splashes around. It is 2 feet deep, Bella. Fuck.
Or at least Casimir's transported places with her before. It's no big deal.
No big deal. I didn't know if you were gonna be back. It was a very big deal. I saw Bryn strangling the life out of me going, you had one job, keep an eye on her.
I would have told you if I was going for a long time,
How long were you gone, Bella?
You look around, it looks like the same time of day, Bella. You're like, that's weird, huh? I mean, like, Arethusa explained to you that, like, when you go back, it'll pretty much be, like, the same time. This was a moment in time I stole just for us.
Oh. It was, like, 7 days? I don't know. But
Well,
she said it would be back, like, in pretty much the time I left, so I don't know. I don't know what day it is. I'm just happy.
It's the same day. You've been gone here about an hour, but God, you could have been gone 7 years for all we know. Anyways, and she kind of like smooths over your shoulders, pats him, like calms herself down. Did you get what you needed?
I think so. That was wonderful. 7 years wouldn't be bad.
Yeah, you look like a fresh fucked bunny. Come on, let's go back.
You start walking. You start to sort of get out. You hear the fake creatures, like pixies and such, kind of dancing and singing. There's a satyr vomiting in the corner. You guys leave. You head back to the rest of your allies, and that was like the night, right, before you guys long rested. You said, or that was like the following morning. Yeah.
No, that was the night. I
The
wanted
night, okay.
to see the moon mistress when the
Yes,
moon was out.
excellent. Exactly. Awesome, awesome. Awesome, fantastic. From your experience in the Feywild, and I think that's also a great way to show that, like, you are now Fey touched, right? Now, also, like, mechanically and in the moment here, spending so much time, that time that you've spent in the Feywild has sort of left you with some magic that you can now do and such. So yeah, absolutely.
Amazing.
Awesome. You all sort of return and have your sleep for the night. And the night passes by uneventfully, of course. It is restful and peaceful here. This is one of the safest locations in all of Tal'Dorei. The following day arrives, and you all sort of head on out to meet with some people throughout the city.
Before we get into that,
Yes.
can Casimir do something?
Yes, of course.
When we're all awake. Hey, Bella, can I talk to you for a minute?
Of course. Here's a flower from the Feywild.
Thank you.
Beautiful flower.
Okay. He looks at it. That's pretty neat. With everybody
Arthur
around.
says hi, by the way.
Oh, you saw your Athrusa.
Yes.
Hope she's doing well. Oh,
She's
did you
doing
have a good
amazing.
time?
Yes, it was quite lovely.
Excellent. She's
Guy
fine.
is behind them making the finger through a circle, other finger behind them, like.
Okay. Casimir is just like, oh god. Every time
Bella
we
blushes.
every time we go to a location and we find out the red path is there, and we think they're kind of gonna be here too, perhaps. But you always sense that magical line. Was it Fey line? Do you sense that here?
You're talking about the ley lines?
Ley lines. Yes, thank you.
There's a powerful ley line here in Sinkhorn. That is why it has a distinct connection to the Feywild.
Okay.
And that is why we suspected that Singhorn would be a place of interest for the Red Path. Potentially why they're after the Voice of Memories. This is a place of power.
Okay. All right. Keep that in mind.
Why'd you ask? Just wondering?
Just curious. You know, every time something like that happens, there's something underground. I wonder if it's the same here.
Yeah, it was underground in the Underdark. That's why they were meeting her in that circle. It was the same
I
line.
think your ley line intersection here might be the center of that lake, actually. I think
Yeah, why
that's
does
your.
it sing? It's so interesting.
Well, that's why I'm thinking it might be the lake is where everything is at its like absolute focal point. It has an unusual concentration of magic, it seems.
I just thought elven shit was kind of annoying.
I mean, it's probably an enchantment, but that is a fairly hefty enchantment if that is the case, which would need a fairly hefty source.
You guys can make me history rolls if you want to see, like, what would it be, and what is this lake about? Okay.
Well,
Buh. That makes sense, right, Bryn? Like, you never took too much interest in this place exactly for the reason of knowing who is here. So, yeah, sort of thinking on it here with a 16 and a 21 here. You guys have learned a little bit about Singorn. It is, yes, true that one of these ley lines is located here. In fact, the barrier between our prime material realm and the Feywild is the thinnest here. That's why all those fake creatures show up, and that's also, you've heard, that's why these elves of Singorn have built sort of like magical pillars that can transport the entirety of the city in the times of trouble or duress to the Feywild to like be safe elsewhere, right? So there is definitely a ley line here. The lake, Inless, is actually named. There is these ley lines move and shift, all except this one that goes through Singorn and is sort of like the equator, right? It never moves; it's always there. It's the one same exact one. It is named that Lake Yinless, and it is such a powerful like focal point of these ley lines because Yinless was actually the daughter of Coralon, the elven god. Yinless was this like demi-goddess of like music, of bards, of song. And it is rumored, at least, that she like died or sacrificed herself for the safety of all elven people, and became this sort of like enchanted lake.
Damn, this guy was right. That was just a fucking guess.
It's a person, sort of. Was a person. But yeah,
Okay.
that's you realize like the ley line is here as well, but the lake is sort of separate. I mean, it definitely has some influence. This like godly energy being located here in this lake, but it's mostly just like this like demi-goddess that gave her life for the safety of her people.
Okay.
Alright.
Thank you.
Yeah. As you all gather, unless there's any other conversations to be had, I think we head on over to the memory ward. As you guys walk your way over there, let's take a little 5-minute break, everyone, to get some snacks and drinks, and we continue right after. Excellent stuff so far. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go make some coffee, yeah? So, the following day, as you'll wake up having long rested, having finished a long rest here in Singon, you feel especially restored, rejuvenated. Whatever aches or tiredness you might have had, whatever sprains or minor injuries you might have had before, are fully sort of gone. If you had a bit of like a cough, that too is gone. If you had a restless night some time ago, none of that happens while sleeping here in the city of the elves. You sort of step on out and start heading on over to the memory ward. There you see the vast sequoia of remembrance. And at its roots, again, about like 300, 400 elves all got. And when I say this tree is like 4 to 500 foot tall. This is a truly gigantic tree, right? And they are all sort of gathered around it. At the roots of them, there's like a courtyard built around it, and towers and beautiful elven buildings and all that. All the elven buildings, elven buildings from like, Tolkien-esque kind of flavor to it. The sort of slanted but elegantly sort of gradually sort of spreading out roofs, the sort of thin and tall buildings and such. And all these people are just sort of praying here. Bryn, we'll go with you first here. You enter the memory ward and sort of look on around. A elven guard approaches you and says, "You are the daughter of the high priestess. Come this way. You are expected."
And she's gonna look back at Sky and be like, "All right, she's gonna come with me." And she gestures to Sky.
They sort of frown, kind of furrow a brow, and say, "Very well, if you wish, if it must be so."
Damn right, it has to be so.
You walk with this elven guard, and he brings you just sort of outside the very edge of the memory ward. There is a garden there, tall sort of archways of sort of entwined leaves and vines with flowers growing from every corner. You see sculptures of elven generals and painters here. You see a set of like murals down this path you're sort of walking, fountains everywhere, and a strange sense of sort of serenity that begins to seep in. And standing there in front of a pond, currently kind of standing on top of the water of the pond, is your mother, Tenuviel. You see that she is sort of hands clasped together, looking up as a single sort of spotlight, like a beam of moonlight, is coming down directly onto her, and light of stars is sort of surrounding her. Her hair currently is sort of see-through and looks like a constellation of stars. And she opens her eyes and turns back as the stars sort of disappear from her hair. And she looks back, and she sort of raises an eyebrow when she sees Sky there with you. And then she takes steps on top of the surface of the water, sending like little ripples through it to the sort of edge of the pond. And she says, "Daughter, you grace me with your presence. Why have you brought them with you? Do you not feel safe around your own mother?"
Truth be told, I spent more years without my mother than I have with her.
A choice that you have elected.
And it may only seem a blank to you, but it's the majority of my mortal life.
I doubt that to be true. Some part of you, maybe the most important part of you, is of elven heritage, higher purpose.
You keep saying that, but you're not filling me in to what the other half is, or is not.
She reaches for her neck and presents what looks to be a less so like a holy amulet or anything like that, just a nice like a silver chain and a necklace of what looks to be a little like a petrified lightning bolt. And she looks at it, and looks back at you. She waves her hand, and you watch as your hair begins to sort of float for a moment, and rather than strands of your long hair, they become sort of like cloudy with the bits of like lightning moving through it for a second, and then she flips it, and your hair goes back to sort of what it was before. She looks
That's
back to
real
you.
neat.
She looks back to you and says, "It is true. Your father was not exactly of this realm. Not an elf, as is meant to be for someone of my station. But he cared. He cared deeply. He is not here, not anymore. Like yourself, he too abandoned me. But that is neither here or there.
What do you mean he cared? You wouldn't say a word of him when I was young, and now you're telling me he cared?
He had higher obligations than family, I suppose. You will learn soon enough that purpose comes before love. The sooner you make peace with that, the sooner you will see wisdom of our ways.
You say wisdom of our ways, but how can it be our ways if he was an elven?
She sort of turns and looks at her own reflection in the pond and kind of holding the lightning sort of little necklace, the amulet. Ask me your questions, daughter. I will answer them to the best of my abilities. Or at least I will answer those things that matter.
Bryn sort of grits her teeth, and instead of starting out with her personal questions, she starts off with, where did the other competitors for the voice go?
Sort of looks back. Why does that matter?
Because there were several, and now they're all gone.
Yes, well, I'm certain they had some other obligations, some other pretend to be must-be's or trivialities that in their minds were more dear and near to them than the memories of our people. I've met with every single one of these other candidates. They've all disappeared, gone wordlessly into the wind.
You speak of the wind so often.
I think much of the thing that has taken so much from me.
Right. And yet you hold that necklace like I've never seen you before. And you refer to my father now I've never had before. When I asked you when I was little, you refused to tell me anything. What about now?
You were a child. It wasn't important then. You had not the vision to see the importance of my words. And yet, rather than do your due diligence, train, and become who you were meant to be, instead you lash out and disappear from my life. But maybe it was for the better. You seem capable now. You seem self-reliant. You seem to have surrounded yourself with these others. While they're not elven, they definitely seem like they perhaps care for you. Well, that is more that I could have asked for.
You're still evading my question like a true politician, aren't you? I asked you about my father, not about them.
She sort of sighs. And looks out across the pond again. came into my life as a spark. He was something that I was truly not. He was the storm, the lightning, the spark of excitement, something I didn't expect. And he disappeared just as such. Who knows what happened, what became of him. But he
But you
left me
said,
with you.
but you said I disappeared just the same as he had, and that he cared. That doesn't make any sense.
You see her sort of furrow her brow, and she says, he is beyond. Beyond what and where, I don't know. Nor should you be looking, yeah? He had a
But if he
past of
cares, why
duty,
wouldn't I care?
She looks to you and says, enough, it is not your place to know, when the time comes, you will learn, I am your mother. You will listen to me,
Trust me, you're not my mother. You're the woman who birthed me. Doesn't make you my mother.
She sort of looks on out and says, too little time has passed. You're not able to understand true values yet. Maybe spending time in the world beyond Singorn has made you passionate, or maybe just you see the world as they see it, as if the only thing that matters is right now.
And you say that as if it's a bad thing to live a mortal life. Thing is, I've learned more from mortals than I've ever learned from you in the short 11 years I've been with you. Grown
She turns back,
stronger in those years than I've grown with you.
and sort of looks at you and says, very well, then do me this, daughter. Once I become the voice of memory, and I will, I want you here by my side. The people of Singorn will see the bond we share restored, my position cemented, and yours as my trusted advisor. What greater fate could we expect it?
Bren looks up at the sky when she says that, and she says, no. I've not seen it written in the stars, and I won't see it written in the stars. What I've seen for the future has never been intertwined with yours, and it never will be.
He looks back to you and says, the Moonweaver shows me much. I've never asked her to shield you, to protect you. I always thought it a challenge, a trial, a personal path that you must take. But I did ask her for vision that she has granted me. You say that our paths could never be convergent, yet here you are, standing in front of me, in the city of my people, of your people, after all.
Bren sort of laughs. My people. People I've never met until this point. And if you were a true mother, you wouldn't have asked your goddess just for guidance. You would have asked her to protect me, because I'm your daughter. That's what a true mother would have done. And yet you didn't. Trust me. I feel more connection to the stars than to the moon. So go ahead and ask your moon weaver for guidance. Because it's not the moon I look to. And sometimes it's the elements. Whether that be the stars, or the air and lightning that I'm aligned with.
You're not going to drop this, are you?
Drop what? I never brought it up. I never brought the subject to task. You're the one who said you asked the moon weaver for guidance. I never did. The moon and the stars are two separate things.
Yeah, she looks as this speak of wind and your other half. Why are you curious now? After all these years, why does it matter? You're obviously come into your own. You've become a person on your own without my guidance or his presence.
Bryn just gestures to herself and says, "You have to take a look at me. I'm a blue elf. I'm Genasi. How can I not be curious? Plain and touched by air. I'm aligned to the air plane no matter how much I try. And the air contains the stars."
You should have thinks on it for some time. I'm impressed. You've grown wise, well-spoken, scholarly even. The things that were meant for you, you've come into on your own. I don't know, and I don't care if you believe it, daughter. But your place will be where I stand. Not now, maybe not soon, but eventually. It's meant to be.
Bryn sort of grits her teeth at this. "You're wrong." And she points at the necklace she's wearing.
Mhm.
And wherever that leads to, I'll find out. And I'll find him. Because apparently he cares. As you've said.
He is gone. That's all that you should care about.
Gone or dead.
Can I ask something?
She sort of looks over to you.
Look, it's clear that there's really no love lost between the two of you. And from what I see, based on what I understand about Bryn, she is a half-elf, whether you want to admit it or not. Now, in our company of others, there is another half-elf to which you were quite insistent on putting her in her place, that she was of mixed blood and not important.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, it's getting there. Don't worry, you're immortal. You have all the time in the world to hear me out.
She sort of rolls her eyes and looks back.
The point of it is, if one person is of mixed blood and they are so unimportant, and my friend here, and she puts her arm around Bran, is also of mixed blood, and likewise by the rulings of your own people, unimportant. What harm is there in telling her who, what, and where her father came from? Because by your own people's standards, she will never be welcome here regardless of who you are.
She sort of stares back. Says, "That is part of my story, not hers. That's why. If she wishes to learn, well, she's put so much work into herself after abandoning me. I'm certain this is just another step she'll be taking in her future, but it is not a part of mine."
How can you say that? My father's a part of my story as much as he is yours.
What father, Bryn. And this is like the first time she like calls you by name, right? Says, "What father do you speak of? What father did you have? Why do you wish to know about someone who left you and me? Why do they matter? It's an empty page of this book that you call life. There is no great story to tell."
Because you won't tell it. Because you won't even say who he is. It's as if the name makes him physical and you're afraid to say it.
When you
And you
say
say
that,
he cares.
you absolutely like clock it, right? You see this genuine look of sort of like, again, like a little sadness, and then she looks back to you and sort of steels herself, says, and she speaks out. All the trees begin to shake, the lake begins to sort of shake behind her, and it's full on like Galadriel, like, "I will be the beautiful as the dawn is and terrible," right? Like super like voice all of a sudden. She says, "Enough! I am your mother. You will not speak to the high priestess like this. We are done. Leave and return once you've gathered your wits about you and ready to continue down the path that was meant for you."
In this moment, Bryn's hair is no longer white. It is dark. It is the tempest, and it is stormy. And you can see the crackling of lightning within it. And she looks at
Bolts
Emily
of
and goes,
lightning sort of anchoring down into your
"Yeah."
shoulders and the ground.
And she looks at Emily and goes, "I will never return. And you better bet I'll never stand by your side. Because you can't even tell the truth to your own daughter. How are you supposed to tell the truth to your people?" And she walks away.
Yeah, she just sort of stares back for some time. Sky, you sort of linger for a moment and turn to walk after her, but Sky, as you sort of look over your shoulder for a moment, when she sort of is left alone, or at least she thinks she's alone, and you're some like 30 paces away or something, right? You see her just sort of like exhale and kind of close her eyes, as if just sort of trying like not to think about what just happened.
I'm gonna pause and linger, like watching Bryn leave, and turn back to her. Hey, you doing okay?
Is this to Bryn or to
To the mom.
She sort of looks back at you, just sort of stares, says, "I said get out."
Look, she puts her hands up and just kind of steps forward a little bit. Look, there has been a lot of things from our side said to your side and your side to ours. But trust me, I know a grieving heart when I see one. If there's one thing us mortals are really good at, it's recognizing that sort of pain. And I know you don't really know me, and I know I'm a bit of an asshole. But, if I may say, if you truly want any relationship with your child, maybe don't be the high priestess of the moon goddess. Maybe don't be the voice of memories. Maybe for the first time in your life, be what she needs you to be. Her mom.
Make a persuasion roll real fast.
Hell yeah, I get to finally do this.
Ooh, okay, 16.
Yeah, I'll reroll that. I'll just reroll it, just see, maybe it'll be higher.
Yeah, look at that super roll there. Hey, much better, much better. All right. Now that's a lot of bonus to your persuasion. How is that possible? Please do explain.
Well, that is entirely possible because when I became level 8, I took skill expert, and because Cass is such a sweet guy and talked a lot to Sky set aside being super fucking intimidating and worked on her people skills.
Okay, amazing. Yep.
So she has expertise in persuasion now.
Yeah, you see her already as you start talking. She's about to sort of step up, like start telling you, like, are you confused? Why are you talking to me still, right? And you see her sort of step up, and you have this moment of sort of genuine, just like conversation with this person who is so incredibly important, so many duties that she has and has to follow, and she stops and kind of listens to you for some time. And you see her sort of look a little kind of distracted for a second, and she says, "Our ways are complicated, huh? She's not a child anymore, huh? She has a great purpose, huh? And a great future, huh? I only wish she could see it, huh?"
Regardless of what is perceived, it's not necessarily about what a parent wants for their kids, what their parent might have seen for them. It's about what that person, and she points back up the way towards Bryn, what that, well, as my people would say, is what that spark of the future wants. And it is our duty to nurture that. That is your responsibility. I'm not saying you have to. Consider it for a moment. Talk to her as a mother to a child out of love, not duty to your people or responsibility to a millennia of tradition.
She sort of turns back towards the pond, so perhaps. Leave me.
As you wish, High Priestess. And she'll just kind of do a little bow and walk away.
Cast some sort of a spell. You watch as the lake begins to the pond begins to kind of swirl. The water gathers, and she releases a spell, and you watch a cloud, like fog, manifests above the pond, and little bolts of lightning and storm begin to appear, and a little kind of rain, a little drizzle begins to fall over this entire garden. And you just see her sort of holding on to that sort of necklace she has, and she's just standing there as you go catch up with Bryn.
Oh, sorry about that, Bryn. I got had a moment thought. Sorry.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. I did not hit on her, I promise.
You better not if I'm gonna zap your ass.
Look, I got eyes for a very, very lovely Marquesian lady. So don't worry about it.
Yeah, whatever. I just don't even want to think about my mom right now, thinking that every time to her side is written in the sky. Oh.
You know, if I maybe say something.
I mean, you're gonna anyway, so go ahead.
No, actually, I will say, if you say no, I will hold it.
Nah, it's alright. Go ahead.
Look, as someone who grew up not knowing their parents at all, if I had the opportunity to mend a relationship, or even get to know them a little bit, it would be worth taking. And I'm not saying your mom is any sort of like paragon, right? She's, like you said, she's a cunt. But maybe, possibly, and she kind of like turns backwards and is walking backwards as we're going, so she can face you. Meet her halfway, just a little bit. You might be able to get the answers you want, because from what I saw, and I'm sorry if this sounds terrible, but I can see where you get your stubborn streak from.
Look, meeting her halfway means agreeing to the terms that she set, which means coming back to her. Thing is, I've only told you guys the briefest part of what my terrible childhood was like. You say that you would like to know your parents? Thing is, if they were like my mother, you wouldn't have liked to know them. Imagine having someone who critiqued every little thing you did, whether it be your magic, whether it be your interests. And imagine finding something that your own leader of the Ashari accommodated you for, and your mother said it wasn't worthy of your time. That it was a waste of time and effort. That your interests are of no importance other than what I tell you is important. And you gotta understand. That's why I left in the first place. And that's why Professor Vor is gonna be more of a father to me than my own mother is a mother to me.
Look, I understand that. And as terrible as that sounds, I could say, at least there would have been someone there to critique me. That would have been pretty cool.
I'm sorry you didn't have that. And I know I've lived a privileged life outside of what I've lived with the Ashari. I'm not gonna say I haven't, because I have. And I've been very lucky. But I'm not gonna agree with her and lie and say I'll be alongside her when I won't, because I never will. Because I don't agree with everything around me. I'm not an elf. I'm only half of what they are, and I've seen how they've treated Roxy, and they'll treat me the same. They'll probably call me a drow because they don't know the difference.
That I can understand.
And I want to know because she said it. She slipped. She said it herself. That he cares. And that means my dad's out there somewhere. And she didn't say he was dead. She just said he was gone. And that he abandoned her too. And honestly, I could see why he might have abandoned her. So,
For what it's worth, and it might be something for you to look into. She seems awfully infatuated with thunderstorms.
yeah, would you see my hair when I get upset?
No, I'm just saying, like, she looked very wistfully up into a thunderstorm and clutched that medallion again.
You know, I never really noticed it when I was a kid. But now I have that little pendant she's got now. It's definitely something, and she looked at me a bit different because my hair, and she pulls on her hair. Like, it looks pretty human. My hair wasn't always like this, you know. It used to have a more plainer touch to it. And she used to do like a ceremony and make it more human or mortal or elven like. It used to be like clouds. It sort of went away because of her magic. It's when I get upset that it kind of shines out. I think she noticed that.
It makes feeling better. My hair didn't used to be like this either. It used to be long.
Used to be clouds.
I mean, soft like a cloud. Now it's just kind of meh. I know it doesn't compare, but just, trying to help.
I appreciate it, but what I'm
Oh.
saying is she purposely changed my hair to not be the way it was naturally meant to be. It's been sort of stuck like that.
So, I know it doesn't make it right, but the impression I actually get is that you remind her of someone precious that she lost. That she sees, well, probably sees him in you.
Maybe. Maybe that's
And
what she won't tell me.
if he left, maybe that is the pain in her heart. She was worried that you would be just like him and leave.
Well, I did leave.
I understand that. Just, you know, something to think about. Anyways, you hungry? I'm hungry.
Yeah, I mean, they probably got leaves to eat here, so.
Lambas bread here, magical bread, as they're like selling it.
Ask that guy, like, hey, you got any meat?
No,
Miet,
no
no
celiac
miet
disease
here,
in no
No,
celiac
no,
disease in fucking Zingorn, I guess.
no miat, no miat here.
no
Yeah, you guys,
miet.
you live in a forest and you don't eat animals. Okay.
Goodness, eating animals, how barbaric.
Fuck,
As
I coulda ate a whole boar right now. Fuck this.
I'm just
Start
gonna go
conjuring
find.
up some animals just so you can eat them. All right. As that was happening, we move on over to this other section of the memory ward where we see sort of opening her door to greet Roxy is Althea. Althea sort of looks to you there. Is anyone else with Roxy at this point? It's just Roxy, yeah?
I said I would go, but I don't know what
Sure.
Casimir is doing at this point.
Sure, fair enough.
Kaz will come along if it's alright.
Yeah, absolutely. The three of you, she sort of exits and looks to you all. She smiles and says, there you are. Hello. She looks much better. She looks like well rested now, actually. She looks much better than her excursion to the Underdark. She says,
She's gonna give her a hug. She's not used to hugging, but she's gonna try to start getting used to it.
yeah, she looks a little surprised, but then kind of like taps you on the shoulder and is kind of half hug back. Says, well, had some time to think on everything that has happened, and I tried casting a few spells to see if I can make light of the situation.
I have a question. Did you talk to any about what you saw when you got that like sending message? Did you talk to anyone about it?
What I saw? How do you mean?
What you heard him saying he's in the darkness? Did you tell anyone about
yes.
that?
I only spoke to one of the sort of the individuals here. There was a keeper. There was a woman that works here. She makes sure that all of our needs are taken care of and such. She's the one that personally tends to sort of me and Tinuviel. I only spoke to her that I will be leaving for a short amount of time, and when she asked where, I described that I'm going to a very dangerous place, is all I said.
Because I feel like it was targeted. Because I heard the same sending message. Like I was told the same thing.
You as well, that he is somewhere deep down in darkness, that he is trapped.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing. Don't you find it bizarre that all the other candidates are like, why is it only you and her? What happened to all of them? There was a lot. There was a lot of names on that list.
Got things on it. I wish I had an answer. I have no such abilities. Only the voice of memory could know such a truth about the elven folk of Tal'Dorei. Best to my knowledge, most of the candidates just didn't make the cut.
You sure
Either due
about
to their
that?
level of power or their devotion. They simply were removed from the House of Memory here, from the election process.
I find it really weird. You see, like, I didn't get a good vibe from like Bryn's mom. Like, I know that I'm not really good with people, but like, I know people that are not good people, and I didn't get a good vibe from her at all. I want you to be
understand
careful.
it can be a little strange and jarring, especially for people who have not spoke with the High Priestess of Moonlight before. but she is greatly respected here. Her wisdom is very valuable to us.
Look, I know a lot about noble people, and a lot of them are shitty people that pretend to be good people, and they know people who keep good, keep the word out that they're good people, but they're really not. And it's very weird that all of a sudden, you get this message that he's in darkness, and they were going to take you, and you would have been the last person. She would have been crowned the voice of memory without actually having to do any type of actual competition. Don't you find that weird?
You mean she would sort of win by default?
She would if you're not here, if you got kidnapped.
I suppose that's true. I don't dare think such nefarious thoughts. I guess I don't know her personally that well. Not almost no one here does. I know she's to be married soon. Is about the only thing I know.
Married? To who?
The Verdant Lord.
Who
You don't know
is
who
that?
that's just the title. That's just some title. Huh? She says the Verdant Lord Selendar. He is in charge of the Verdant Guard, the army and protectors of Singorn. They've had some sort of relationship for last 5-10 years that was slowly happening. I'm not exactly certain. I've never looked fully into it. It's a very private thing, I suppose, for her. Huh?
Now, see, this is the thing. Don't you find that weird? That a god who controls Single, and all of a sudden having that person of power. Look, I know you guys don't think of it like that here, but power is power, and people will do anything to get it.
Right. So, I mean, they're both individuals of very high status. It makes a lot of sense. It honestly cemented her as one of the sort of very likely candidates for this, but it had very little to do. Once again, she's very capable. She's very powerful. This is just a thing of convenience. I think. I don't know. I don't know her relationship like that.
Do you have the ability to scry, or is it just sending?
I do not have capabilities of seeing at all times, but I can communicate. Yes. Speaking of which, I have tried some spells last night after my rest. I tried to learn what this all meant, why me, why this happened. I pored over some of the old records and tomes. Well, not old, I suppose, but some of the ongoings that happened in the last few years, especially, that interested me. It seems that this was all kept very much so a secret, mostly, but those people, those two members, one of which was slain during that battle I was in with you, the Red Path, it seems in the recent months, actually, they did appear here as well, in this very ward, in the memory ward, attempting apparently to do something with the Sequoia of Remembrance, the great tree of memory. Now, this information I'm not familiar with. The only people who know about this stuff is the High Warden, the sorceress queen of our society of Singorn here, as well as the Verdant Lord, the great general, Selendar. But apparently in the last few months, at some point, and this was apparently hidden very fast and well, that the safety of the Tree of Memory, the Sequoia, was brought into jeopardy. A very dangerous event. The tree means everything to us. It is who our people are, who elves are within this world of Exandria. If the great public knew that the tree was possibly in danger, it would cause great unrest for the very rejuvenation and future of the elven race lies in the very leaves of this tree. That is
Well,
why this position, the voice of memory, is so important. It is the one who can see into life of every single elf that ever existed.
do you understand why it's weird, right? Because, like, if the Red Path came to you and said, I want to know something in the tree, would you tell them?
Certainly not.
Do you think she would tell them?
I don't know. I'm not able to judge her character. I do not know her on that kind of level. We have only known each other for about 7, 8 years. I apologize. That sounds. It's not that much. That is not. We've not made that much personal contact. Only exchanges we've ever had were that of rivalry, I suppose. Although I feel it's mostly one-sided. She feels that I'm undeserving of this nomination, nevertheless the title itself.
She's wrong. And look,
That's what I'm trying to prove, at least.
Who nominated
saw-
you?
I was nominated, all of us were nominated by the previous voice of memory. Oestra was her name. She passed some time ago. Very unfortunate circumstance. Some sort of an accident happened. The public is not too clear on what happened exactly. But she had a list of names that she made the very first day that she became a voice of memory more than 1,200 years ago. She was a great seer, a prophet.
How long ago did she pass?
A year, maybe a little. From what I understand, she passed right after the. And she sort of looks around, a little conspiratorial, a little kind of scared to say the name. Says the events of Vecna the Unholy, the terrible archlich that became god of necromancy.
Roxy will look right at Cass and go,
That's
is
not a coincidence.
At all. No.
Not much is known. It is believed that she had some sort of when the divine gate was shattered for a moment and remade when Vecna, the whispered one, came into his divine portfolio and aspect, she had some sort of magical wards on herself that backfired and caused her to go into extreme physical pain or duress that perhaps caused a heart attack or some sort of magical mishap. It is not fully known to anyone.
She's going to say, you know the Red Path is collecting Vecna's pages. That's their goal.
She looks sort of like surprised. Says, "Pages? What kind of pages?"
For his book.
I've heard.
Do you see
about
how it
the
all
tome.
makes sense now, right? That voice of memory probably would never work with them, so they take her out. They take out every single candidate because they know they're never going to work with them until there's one left that possibly could help them. It's not you. That's why you almost got kidnapped.
My God. You sincerely think that she's involved with such a nefarious troop?
Power. They always want it, no matter what.
I don't know. I suppose I'll keep my guard up. I really don't know what to say.
She can never beat
These-
you. You
these
know that?
pages-
I know you don't have like that. Like, I know you don't believe in yourself, but she's wanted you to get captured because she can't beat you. Do you understand that? That's how powerful you are. You have to, like, believe in yourself. You could do it. You can be the voice of memory.
Thank you for your vote of confidence. It means a lot. I'm sorry for calling you strangers a few days ago. I consider you allies. I consider you friends, even perhaps, if you'll allow it.
To me, you're family. I know
That's
you
right.
don't know me like that, but I love him like more than anyone in this world. And he
My
loves you. And I know that I don't know why you're pretending to be whatever you are. I'm not gonna ask questions, but he loves you.
She looks a little kind of like surprised and concerned when you say that. I'm not certain what you speak of.
I saw your face when you saw Bella's necklace. I know you can't talk about it because then, it would affect things here.
Um, and she just looks a little like stunned that you kind of like figured it out or whatever, right? And she's like, I'm not. I don't know. I'm not.
I understand. You don't need to talk about it right now.
All right. I
I'm
must
gonna help
ask.
you. I'm gonna help you get him
curious.
back. I know you want him back. I want him back too.
It is very important, yes. But I must ask. You believe she is Tenuviel is working with the Red Path or going to be working with them? Is what you're assuming?
I'm making that assumption, but I'm sure I assume everything about people. I won't know until I do put more into, dig more into it.
Right. And you believe that these pages are the root of everything these people are doing?
So look to Cass.
Maybe not the root, but it's a tool of theirs to finish what they need to do. Is there a possibility that there might be more pages here?
She thinks about it. She says, I don't know. I don't know who would know that. Maybe the treasurer. That's right. The High Warden has a personal assistant, a major domo, if you will, an individual who overlooks the ongoings that the nobility as well as the High Warden doesn't need to concern themselves with. It could be. It could be that. The major domo might know. I could speak to him if you wish, but I can't guarantee anything.
It might not be the best idea for you to go asking. Maybe focus on your election.
Of course.
Is there a way that we can ask, or I can ask without or they only talk to elves?
Well, here's the thing. They don't let anyone without a reason to be visiting the Emerald Citadel enter it. That only means specific individuals within the nobility of Singorn or great heroes of Tal'Dorei and beyond that are allowed
We know.
to
We have some art to deliver. Lost Elven art.
That's right. We should have a Lost Elven art be delivered soon.
The treasurer, he might be very much so interested in this.
We can use that as a
And
gateway to talk to him.
She gives you a name. There is apparently this right-hand man person, a silver-haired elf with a little monocle, apparently. That is called Ibimas. This is the guy. I'll type him out. And this is the guy who's in charge of taking care of all the ongoings within the Emerald Citadel, which is, by the way, the castle where the High Warden lives. And this is the guy. That's his name. And High Warden Terelda. That's the name of the leader. That's the Queen of the Elves here. If you see it, like a sorceress queen, sorcery queen. And this guy overlooks all the ongoings of missing artifacts or treasures and such, like the art that you guys got that is being sent here, that will be arriving very soon. Actually, the time you guys have spent there at this point, 3 days back, It'll be here in like 2 days or something.
We should
Say,
probably. Good.
Go ahead.
We should probably get with the others and discuss that course of action.
Yeah.
Yes, I need to cast many more spells, learn many other things, and... oh, right. While you are here, can... And then she stops. And she sort of looks around as if confused, as at the same time, Casimir, you get this like premonition, this moment of sort of foresight, and you feel a vision of fire, pain. As you sort of look around, like, what is happening? She looks around as well, like, what is that? As, like, Roxy, you're just, like, looking around, and Bella, you're just looking around, like, well, what is happening? You guys are not, like, feeling anything here. All of a sudden, there is a thunderous roar. There is an explosion just outside in the courtyard, and you hear screaming and sort of panicked yells off the public just outside. You hear a sort of like a demonic roar all of a sudden, and there is a like an impact sound as someone like screams and falls to their death. Althea sort of looks shocked at what's happening and starts to sort of like make her way down the hallway outside into the courtyard. What do you guys do?
Let's
Yeah,
Go
Roxy's
ahead.
gonna stop her from going down. Yeah, it's gonna stop her from going.
Yeah.
You stay here. I will go down. Right? You stay here. It could be them trying to get you. You know, they're
Something's
staying
terribly
here.
wrong. Something's not. But and she sort of looks at you. Give me a persuasion roll. 14. Very nice. She says, okay, all right. I'll stay. I have tomes back in my. If they're lost, the knowledge will be. I will say. And she like runs back into her rooms to like, oh shit, I have all these rare books that I borrowed. I need to make sure they're like not burned and destroyed as well. With a 14, that is enough to get her to stay.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a diversion. I don't think she should be alone.
All right. Well, you guys go, and I'll stay here.
Okay.
I can. Why don't you go? If I need you, I'll send for you. I chose that spell for the day.
Cass, I am going to try my best to not be really rude, but the whole shit you did in the Underdark, there's no way I'm leaving you here with her.
You see Quip sort of look around like, Mistress, I could stay. I'll make sure she's safe.
Quip, I know you will, but I'm not leaving.
That
Why doesn't Quip come with us?
seems like a terrible idea.
Okay. He climbs into Bella's hair.
Get my hair, get my shoulder.
So, okay then, Bella, you're gonna stay with her. I'm sorry,
No,
Roxanne.
Roxanne,
Mhm.
yes.
Okay. You all, you begin to rush on outside. We jump. I have a fucking cat hair on my tongue somehow. We jump on outside. Sorry, I didn't know where he came from. As we jump outside, we see there, like, lambus bread. All of a sudden, boom, explosion happens as we see there, Sky and Bryn standing as you sort of turn around and as you guys feel something happen nearby, and then an explosion. All of a sudden, balls of flame, like meteors, come down slamming into the building that your friends have sort of gone into, that you guys have just sort of exited from. Or you're coming from the other side, I guess, from the beautiful, not the Sequoia of Remembrance, but there's like a tree nearby that catches fire instantly as you sort of turn and look as a portal rips open, and then another like 2 or 3. And these gigantic gorilla sort of demonic looking creatures leap out from them and land sort of beating on their chest, punching a nearby elven guard who like blocks the blow mostly but is like badly injured by it. As they do, you watch as one of these portals sort of opens here, and Sky and Brendan are there. You look on out. Sky, you see standing behind, holding this portal, or opening this portal, is Derival, who sort of opens the gate forward, as stepping through it is Jorman, who is holding his blade of light as he steps on out and looks to these fiendish creatures. He points with his sword to the side as another creature blasts in through, a winged, green-skinned looking devilish monster with a great axe, and then points to the other side as Derival sort of flicks his hand, and another demonic sort of quadrupedal creature with like no eyes and no nose, no lips, just teeth and armor that it has, with a long sort of like 20-foot tongue that keeps lashing around, this big barbed tongue, yeah? Jorman looks over to you, Sky, and you see a little flash in his eyes, and he says, "It is your fault. He's dead because of you. For the rest of our family, we reclaim the pages, and you die here and now." He points his blade towards you.
Well, I'm gonna whip your ass like I did when we were kids. Come on.
Oh, and he charges towards you with his sword. Just at this time, exiting from the nearby building here are Bella and Casimir, with Quip being like, "I'm a crown, I'm a little crown." As you exit, you watch as the demon with the like, devil demon, whatever it is, with the big axe and wings, holds his hand out as one of these fireballs that has killed a bunch of these sort of like just common folk nearby, raises his hand, and their bones begin to rupture through their bodies as a bunch of skeletons raises where these elves were. There's a bunch more that are sort of risen throughout the city as this attack is happening right now. However, you can see the bunch of these elves are just fucking flying through the air, attacking them, spinning their like dual-sided sabers and slashing at them and all of that. As a battle begins to happen in this memory ward here. Roxy, you are seeing this happening through a window upstairs, as Althea is sort of like hiding in the room, right? She doesn't know what to do. She's just like hiding, basically.
She goes, get some books. Let's go. We're not gonna be all the way here. We need to be like near the door just in case we need people to help us, because they could possibly teleport in here.
Absolutely. She's like right behind you, basically, but she's sort of like a little petrified. Also, she explains to you that like I don't have anything. I use most of my power to research, to learn. I don't have, and she's just sort of panicking there. She doesn't have like spell slots left. As this is happening, I'm going to move you guys onto a map, and we're going to roll some initiative. This is the situation we're looking at. This is a big map. The most of the south doesn't matter. There's a big fights with some stuff happening. But over here, we have skeletal beast monsters. Up ahead, we have these gorilla-looking demon things. We have this one that summoned all these undead. This guy, you guys kind of saw this guy once when you destroyed that summoning circle back in Iman, if you remember.
Yep,
This
with
was the
the
creature that was like
vampire.
waiting on the other side. And then there's this guy. You've not seen, I'm going to show you the full art, I guess, of this guy, but you've not seen this guy. However, as soon as he shows up, there's this strange sort of aura about the battlefield. This one shows up last, and you know what? You don't know what it is, but it feels somehow by the like the rest of these fiend creatures moving in to like protect it, that it might be significant. Okay. We see. Oh, this is the last creature we haven't seen before. He's got the tongue, the absolute tongue on him. And then yes, finally, last but not least, Jorman. He has a blade of light in hand as the battle commences.
And
Brent,
Yeah.
I'm
the
gonna kick
telemagi
my brother's
just
ass.
he vanished.
Sorry, what?
The telemagi.
Well, so he, Derival, the guy, he opened a portal, they all rushed on out, and then he closed the portal after they all rushed
Gotcha.
out.
Okay. Okay.
Once again, when he opens that portal, and all of you now see it, there's a symbol on the wall of a skull with a little, like, triangle in its forehead. You've seen that before when they, like, escaped last time as well. It's just sort of, like, on a dusty wall behind him. As this happens, Bella and Casimir, you guys are emerging from like over here. Sky and Bryn, you guys are actually coming from south direction from talking to Tinaval. to Nuviel, sorry. And Roxy, you're like up here on this, like you're 20 feet up. There's a little staircase that leads down on your left if you want to, but the building you look up is like catching fire right now.
Thin Gorn, more like Singed Gorn.
Yeah, there any windows? Are there windows here?
You just exited through basically what is like a giant like panel of glass door type of thing. You just sort of step out of.
Okay.
There's presumably like a window here as well. There's probably some like along the there's plenty of windows. This is an elven house, right? There's a lot of windows. If I could have you all, please roll initiative. So I'm gonna do the same for all these critters we got. First we got these guys. 13, pretty fast.
Did you give a gift of alacrity to anybody, Cass? Probably not.
I did not this morning because I thought we were doing
That's fine.
investigation
We're
stuff.
safe. Yes. Here's the skeletons. Goddamn, fast skeletons. Next up, we have.
Is that something you have to like? You couldn't cast while you heard all these explosions because Bella was right near you.
It takes a minute to
It's a
cast
minute,
each
yeah.
of those.
Oh shit! Okay.
Yeah. It's a sort of like a pre-adventure prep spell. Here's the winged one, the dangerous one, and here finally is Jorman. Jorman the Spellblade, ready to go. Ooh, this guy goes faster, though. Very nice. Initiative's looking good. At initiative 20, you will see the battle unfolding around you, but there's like a lot of enemies on the field here right now. This all happens kind of fast here, so you guys don't have like a round to move yourself or position yourself. We start the initiative pretty much where you guys are at the moment here. As all of this unfolds, Roxy, you look around as fire rains from the sky and the red path makes their appearance known again. This time, however, it feels this is out of vengeance, as Jorman rushes straight towards Sky to avenge his brother. What do you do?
Can I break a window and shoot this big old gorilla thing? You know what?
You're already on the balcony. You're not like inside a window thing. Just to clarify, that you're like on the balcony. If you want to move back into the building, you can just take a 5-foot step. But currently, you're like on the balcony looking down.
I can't shoot down from the balcony?
No, you totally can. There's no glass on the balcony. It's just a railing, and you can totally like shoot across.
Yeah, never mind. I'm gonna shoot this thing because it's going near Cass and Bella. This thing right here.
Yeah, absolutely. You watch as it sort of opens its mouth, and there's this little like like a pulse wave that goes from it. It doesn't seem to injure anyone or confuse or muddle their minds, but it's doing something. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So I don't know. Is Althea right behind me or is she near me?
She's like in the house, pretty much, like hiding in the house, probably like under a bed or something. She's like panicking because she doesn't have any spells or anything to do right now.
Okay, so she's gonna shoot this thing here because she doesn't like how close they are.
Absolutely, you have advantage because you're an assassin. That absolutely hits. Roll me some damage and some sneak attack, please.
She doesn't know what that is, so she's favor throwing it. She just wants to kill it.
Fair, absolutely fair. Nice. That
one of those dice are 6. I'm gonna re-roll it.
Ooh, okay, gotcha.
3 is better than
3. Okay, that's 2 extra damage on top, I believe. So instead of 15, it's 17 points of damage with the first attack. Awesome. The creature is now marked for death. Excellent. Let's see that follow-up Gloomstalker attack. Nice. That totally hits as well. Roll this one with the extra D8, I believe. Boom, a Dread Ambusher. Now, it should have also your favorite foe as well, right?
I don't know, because favorite foe says once per turn, so I don't think it can.
Once per turn? Oh, I see. I see.
I could ping it.
Thank you for looking out. Thank you for looking out. Fair enough. Favored foe.
Say first time on each of a first time on each of your turns. So yeah, it would be once per turn. So yeah.
Right, when you hit a favored enemy and does damage. Yes. Okay, cool. Gotcha. You blast it again for 13 points of damage that time. Bam! Solid damage. It's not bloodied yet. It's a tough little thing. But yeah, it's showing some wear and tear. It spins around, sort of look up where you are. And it sort of keeps sort of producing that sort of pulse wave sound from it. As you look at it and realize, like, it doesn't have any eyes. It's not, like, seeing or looking. Yeah?
She is going to move back in to where Althea is because she doesn't know if they could possibly teleport anywhere in here. She knows they have the ability to teleport anywhere, so she's going to be literally right where they are, where she is, just in case they could possibly teleport.
She's like in a closet, like hiding in a closet or something right now. She's just sort of terrified again.
Or she just wants to be able to be in the room just in case she can see anyone. Like,
Understood.
You know what? She says she's right near a closet.
Yeah.
She's gonna stand right in front of the closet. That way, just in case anyone comes in, they have to go through her to get to the
sword.
closet.
You have your bow in one hand and like a dagger in the other, and you're just sort of ready. Yeah.
Yep,
All
and
right,
that's my turn.
cool. Roxy, that's gonna be you. We go to these skeletons. They spend their first entire action to sort of rise from the ground, and they're now like actual combatants, right? They can't fully move yet, but next round they're all gonna be rushing up those stairs there. Sky, we go now to you. Oh, sorry. Initiative 20. A bunch of elves kill a bunch of these skeletons. You realize these skeletons are not that like dangerous of opponents. There's just like a lot of them here, and they're sort of like fighting them. The elves here, I mean, say what you will, they are doing some like impeccable fighting. Their like battle formations are fantastic. They are moving and dodging and blocking for each other and making sure to protect each other's like blind spots and all that. They are working like perfect synergy. Sky, we go to you now.
I'm gonna look to Bryn real quick, and I'm gonna point with my sword up to the ledge up there. Get up there, quickly. And then I'm going to turn to run at Jorman.
Okay,
15, 30, so she can get like right there. Actually, I'm gonna go.
Looks good.
Yeah.
All of these demon things like begin to roar and move towards you.
Yeah, well, I see you can't fight fair still, and she points out the gun. She's just gonna fire at him.
All right, fire away. He's got a
Let's
shield,
see.
and he's wearing some sort of like splint type looking armor. He's pretty well armored.
That's cool. I'm gonna burn a grit and fire at advantage.
Ooh, let's go. Let's get gritty. Boom, 27. I mean, that easily hits.
Bonus actually going to hex him, just so that is out
Bonus
there.
action hex as well. My God, he is hexed. You blast him. That totally hits. That absolutely hits. And you're using cruelty dice as well. Excellent.
Yes.
That is 18 points of damage to him. He's a tough fellow. He takes the 18 points of damage. However, as soon as he does, he yells in pain and throws his arm out towards you as horrible hellfire begins to engulf you. He's going to use Hellish Rebuke on you. I need you to make a dex save or take 10 points of fire damage. DC 17 dex save. Ooh,
Damn.
That's a fail. You take 10 points of fire damage.
Wait,
Wait, what?
I'm gonna give a wheel as my reaction.
Ooh, reaction, increase your luck. You need a 3 or better on the wheel.
Aha!
Let's go. You take half of that. That's 5 points of damage to you, Sky. The flames sort of wrap around you, but you burst right through them, gun in hand, ready for another shot.
I thought you would have known fire is my thing, boy. And then she shoot him again with advantage.
He's looking at you, like in the moment of like, how could you? How could you? Right, as you take another shot.
I will say, the way she is aiming to shoot him is like arms and legs. Like she's avoiding like
Trying to
the
not
body.
lethally shoot him.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
So
Fair enough.
16?
16 will just miss, unfortunately. He's got his splint and shield. That's gonna not do it.
Well, we will action surge on his ass, and I'm gonna just, for the sake of brevity, the next 2 shots are going to also be at advantage.
Okay, advantage everything. Let's go.
And that'll be 24
Easily hits.
and a 29.
Jesus, that hits. Okay, extra lightning and necrotic, very good. That is second one is 19 points of damage, and the next one is 16 and 4. That is 20 points. He is tanking it. Like he is at this point getting already. It's not like bloodied yet, but like you are working through him fast. Like this is a lot of damage you're putting out. Bam, 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 blast of these, puts up his shield for the last one, blocks it. You see blood pouring from his shoulder. He looks out over to you and says, she said that it wasn't you, and now I know, your own brother. Of course it isn't you, and he goes to move towards you.
Yeah, knock that shit out of you again. Come on.
Alright, this guy, that's gonna be you. We go to this thing, the thingamazoid over here going, like these squawking sound. All of a sudden, it looks over to Casimir, shoots a tongue out for 50 feet straight forward. This rope that comes out of it like near infinitely. It attacks you, Casimir, as instructed.
Oh, what the hell?
Casimir, that's a 19. 19, I believe, is going to hit you. Unless you have some trickery up your sleeve. Ooh, there it is. A shield. The Gilder brings up your AC by 5. That is now going to miss entirely. As it does, it moves itself into range right there. And as it sort of sprints on up, it opens its mouth and tries to bite onto you. That's an 11. That will not hit either. And it's just making that, like, screaming sound. Okay, that is all it does. Oi, Sentinel, let's go. Bella, with the reach that you have, absolutely, you take a swing with your Sentinel. Go ahead, make an attack.
Wait,
Yeah?
whenever a creature with 5 feet... Sorry, not quite. He's within 5 feet of me. It's not within 5 feet of me.
All right, and you have a reach weapon. Right. Unfortunate stuff. Unfortunate.
So,
Good thinking, not this time. Sentinel's super
Yeah.
useful for the other part where they move away from you, but not this. You gotta
well,
be
I mean,
melee, yeah?
it's helpful when it attacks
No,
somebody
for
less
sure.
than you. But it's
Absolutely,
just-
absolutely. It's just unfortunate that it's like 5 feet.
Yeah, it's so close. Yeah.
I guess it'd be even crazier if it was able to like just be used with pole arms. All right. In either case, we go to Jorman. Jorman, hexed currently, runs up to you, Sky, raises his sword, Oath, and swings it at you. He makes 3 attacks. A wild dervish of attacks as he makes these one-handed strikes. First one is a 12. That's a natural 1 for him. Second one is a 16, which I think just misses, right?
Yeah.
Let's go. And the last one, is a natural 20.
Oh, that's an 8.
Rewind. 8. 8 plus his bonus of 11. That's still gonna hit. So that's gonna be a 19.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine. But it's still
The
not a crit,
hit
so that's
does
fine.
you 8 slashing, 8 radiant damage. 16 damage total to you.
Sorry,
Quick
Sky,
con
I tried.
save for... Yeah, good stuff. Amazing. Quick con save for the Hex.
22.
Just need to be the 10. You're good. Okay, that is his turn as he sort of lays into you here.
You're still not as good as me.
All right. That is going to be his turn. We go to these Bargura. Monkey time. Monkey has a special ability called Running Leap. Boing up here, boom, slams into the wall as Roxy, you look over and you see this giant ape demon begin to break into the wall here. The second one, double dash action, boom, jumps up there as well, beating on the door. The last one charges up and is going to, Jesus Christ, they have 60 movement, leaps all across the field. This is like flying through the air, fist coming down towards you there, Bryn. Bryn, only this one can actually attack this turn. The other two are spending their time destroying the wall to get to Roxy. Bryn, your AC got much better. These guys have a tendency of being a little something called reckless. Kind of like the barbarian ability to give themselves advantage, and all attacks against them for the future are advantage as well. They make 2 attacks, fist and a bite. Here comes a fist attack with advantage against you, Bryn.
Yeah,
Doesn't
that
matter. That's a 25.
hits.
Here's a bite. 18? I think that just
Yeah, that
barely
just
gets ya.
hits.
Yeah, okay. So, fist, it slams into ya. Move, max damage. 14 points of damage
I
to
still
ya.
barbs a fist.
Ooh, silver barbs. Oh, I didn't see that. I'm so sorry. Here is the reattempt of the fist.
Yeah,
That's
still
exactly the same
Sorry.
number. God damn. 14 points of damage to you with that, and then for the bite, you take almost max again. That's 12 more. 26 points of damage to you as this gigantic gorilla demon lands right there. Okay, advantage to Bella. That is all the Bargura. We now go to Bella. Bella, it is your turn. What do you do?
Okay, let's see here. Wow, that's so messed up. We gotta take care of this guy in front of us. Okay, I'm going to. Nah, I gotta do it. Okay, yeah, I want to summon the Echo.
Excellent. Let me get that for you. Bam, there you go.
Great. I want to summon it. I want to flank this guy. So, or actually, yeah. So, oh yeah. Okay, this is what I'll do. Okay, I'll kind of be here with my Echo, and
Okay.
I want to swing at this guy that's bothering Cass. We're just gonna go in. So I get advantage on the first attack.
First attack, you have advantage, yes.
So here's the first attack. 23.
23, good thing. Yes, that totally hits. Nice, that is 16 points of damage. Okay, this thing is now very close to bloodied already.
Okay, great. So we'll just try to kill it then. In fact, I want to do something I never do. I want to expend my superiority dice. I'm just going to try to just add a d6, and I'm just going to try to trip it. I'm just going to try to trip it.
Trip
So this
attack? Okay,
yeah,
strength
trip attack.
dex save, which one was this?
It's strength save. I appreciate
Strength
it.
save, here's the roll. 10, it falls
Oh,
prone.
it falls-
You knock it on its ass. You dash forward and sort of swing, and your echo sort of continues from your space and slashes, sort of sweeps at the legs of the thing, and it falls sideways on the ground.
That's incredible. And then I'll take my other attack at
Now
advantage.
you just have advantage on all attacks, yes.
Right, exactly. Here we go.
Let's go. That easily hits. 30 more points of damage. Okay.
And then Unleash Incarnation.
Unleash Incarnation, go. 17
17
totally hits. 21 points damage. It is in a bad state. It is fully bloodied now.
Fully bloodied. Okay. Oh, do it.
Do it. Spend it.
Yeah, let's just do it.
Do
We're
it.
going to action surge. We're going to take
Be a
another swing at
fighter.
it.
Do what we do.
27.
27 easily hits.
Not dead
14
yet.
more. One more like that, and it is out for the
Okay.
count.
The second attack. Natural 20.
Nice.
Chaos happens. As you land the last one, boom! That is 17 plus the 3 there. Yes, that is more than enough. You kill this creature, and that howling sound it was unleashing is gone. Casimir, with your great knowledge of magic, you realize what it was trying to do getting close to you. It was trying to use its special ability that now that it's gone, you fully realize what it did. Something called Dimensional Lock. While it's around, no teleporting. No teleporting around when it's around you. As you realize, like, oh shit, they were trying to, like, ground me, to, like, lock me down.
Thank you, Bella.
Okay. Bella, you destroy the creature. A silvery fey laughter apparates and magic
Uh-oh.
begins to bellow in your tattoo as craziness begins to happen. Can you roll a d6 and a d100, please?
Here we go.
6, okay. And we have a 22. This is a minor effect.
Bubble skin. I feel like it's the exact same thing I wore last time.
Let's see here. 22. Where is this? Aha, there it is. Well, I don't know if this will be useful to you. Yeah, This one is a little unfortunate. This one says, for the next minute, all spells with a casting time of 1 action or 1 bonus action require 2 consecutive actions to cast.
That's
So spell
terrible.
casting is super sluggish right now.
Wow.
And it
That would have
doesn't
screwed
matter.
you if you were
Yeah.
a caster.
If you were a spellcaster, but you're not, so, whatever. You realize, like, oh, nothing happened. Whatever, let's keep doing
Right?
this.
It does kind of suck because I have these spells that I was going to cast, and now
Oh,
I
shit! It's only spells that are actions and bonus actions, right? So,
Well, yeah, but like Hunter's
only ones you
Mark,
have.
Misty stuff.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Unfortunately, that's the effect. Is you realize, like, what just happened? Oh, I feel sluggish all of a sudden. Maybe all those nights of drinking and reverie with the
No, I would think it's like, no, she wants me to use my pike. She doesn't want me to
you're
rely
awesome
on.
weapon. Look at how heroic you are,
You
saving
see,
these
I
people.
don't
Hell
need
yes.
magic. I
Right,
just
just be yourself. She just wants you to be yourself, man. You don't need this other stuff. Just be yourself.
weapons. So, yeah.
All right, Bella. Any more movement for you or anything?
Yeah,
else?
so now that Cass is out of immediate danger, I'm going to try to step here to like help Bryn.
Quip is still in your
uh,
hair. He's coming along. Yeah.
Great.
He can give her
Uh,
the help action if she ever needs it. But
Yeah, he'll give a from now on. Like he'll give a help action against the first creature you attack on your turn. Bella.
You know what? I want to move up to. I want to try to tank for her. I want to just get fully into the melee.
Gotcha. Yeah, this thing sees a bigger threat. You realize very quickly these are not like intelligent creatures. It sees a bigger, scarier person, and like, oh, begins to beat its chest, get ready to fight you.
I'm just gonna just intimidate it, just roar at it. Just
Yeah, it's a screaming match. Absolutely. Bella, that is going to be your turn. I don't
It's
know
my
if you're
turn.
moving Echo. That's a good position for Echo right there.
yeah, exactly.
Okay. At the end of your turn, Jorman is going to use one of his legendary actions. He's going to use Command Fiend. He gets to see an ally fiend nearby. He can command it as a reaction to either move or attack. He is going to command this Barulgura over here to attack Bella. Bella, here is a fist attack. Bam! That's a 21.
That definitely hits. Yeah.
Ouch. That, my friend, is 9 points of
Oh,
bludgeoning. Not too
nothing.
bad. Not too bad. That's his one legendary action. We go to this winged creature. It goes to move towards Sky, but Jorman sort of raises his hand and instead points across over towards Casimir. He says, the wizard, he's the one. He must have the pages. If not him, kill the rest. This creature flies through the air, lands right there, turns to you,
Does he pass
Casimir.
me?
Technically he would, right? As he's sort of going that direction. Even if he's flying like 10 feet in the air, you would still be able to clip him.
Yeah. Can I try to sentinel him?
Yeah, absolutely. Go for a sentinel attack. He gets there. Oh, let's go. That hits, instantly stabbing through his leg and sort of anchoring him there, as now you have this demonic kite, basically, on your giant magical pike.
Thank you,
That
Bella.
is 10 points of slash or piercing that works just fine, but the cold seems to be reduced somewhat.
It's fine.
It's 10 feet in the air and it's looking around, so this thing doesn't have a reach, so it can't actually just hit the echo here. And it's looking down like, what the fuck? Okay, here's the thing. It can't move. However, instead of using its 2 attacks, it'll exchange 1 for an ability called Teleport. Your sentinel prevents it from physically moving, but nothing
Oh
really
my
prevents it
gosh.
from, like, teleporting, right?
Right.
So it is going to teleport. However, off the many attacks it can make, it has to sacrifice a few. So by the time it teleports, it can only attack once. Casimir, as it lands, it swings its clawed hand at ya. That's a 15, friend. I don't think that's going to do it with the shield currently.
Negative.
All right, that is him. Bryn, we go to you. You heard an explosion. You looked up. A giant monkey demon, like, fucking clocked you against the side of the shoulder, right? You just had it healed.
Yeah, I'm gonna bonus action chalice form.
Uh-huh.
So I'm gonna do that. My chalice. And then I'm going to cast Aura of Vitality.
Okay, Aura of Vitality. Awesome. A 30-foot radius of you just healing anyone you want. Amazing. Yeah.
And that's gonna be concentration. I've already used a bonus action, so I can't really do anything this turn other than not move because I don't feel like taking an attack of opportunity. So that's the end of my turn.
Okay, that is going to be the end of your turn. Uh, one extra. You could have healed. Like, all right. Sorry, you have the chalice, right?
Yeah, I
Right.
used my
Yep.
chalice for my bonus action.
Gotcha. Gotcha. All right. Very, very cool. As that happens, we go. Oh shit! My fucking screen flickered. I'm stuck in the bottom. There we go. We go next to Casimir. Casimir, you get your reactions back. There's a
Oh,
winged
good.
hellspawn next to you, and he's doing this motion. He's going for the head. He's doing that motion, right? What do you do?
That's a good question. I don't want these skeletons to get on top of Bryn and Bella, so my first action is going to be to cast Repulsing Wall.
Oh, awesome. Repulsing
We're
wall.
going to do it like that.
Oh, so clever. So clever. All right. Do me a favor, and yeah, you can just leave that line there. There's a wall there now. So the repulsing side is going to be towards all the, like, skeletons and everything, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Right. If you move it slightly up, you can get it through that demon and push it out as well, if you want to try. Yeah, something like
Heck
that. Absolutely. So what was the ruling? It was like start of its turn or immediately? When does the effect
Let
actually
me
happen?
bring it up. Repulsing Wall.
Repulsing wall. Let's see. When a creature enters the wall for the first time or ends its turn there, God deals radiant damage when a creature enters the wall for the first time. Right. Enters or ends its turn. Right. So they can move technically before the end of their turn, or if they just sort of like walk into it. A creature that is undead, fiend, or vulnerable to radiant damage has disadvantage on the saving throw. Fantastic. Amazing. All right, very good. If that guy stays there, he'll be taking it. The rest of the skeletons will just like run into it. They'll be taking the damage.
I'm hoping they're mindless.
Okay. Yes, absolutely. They don't know what's going on. All right, Casimir, that's your action. You're now concentrating on this effect. You hear a voice in your head as you look over and realize this fiendish monster next to you is talking to you. Says, "Arrogant wizard, you will focus on me, or you die to your negligence."
Yeah, about that. I'm going to use my bonus action to Misty Step.
Once again, you can't do that because that's 2 leveled spells in
Oh,
a same
right.
turn.
Son of a gun. All right, I'll use and not make sure it's not an action. It is an action, so I can't do that.
Potion
action.
maybe if you can drink, but I think that's it.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm done.
You gotta get that. There is a feat out there that lets you cast 2 spells in a single turn, and I think it's probably gonna be the next thing you grab.
It is.
Spell driver. Spell driver at 11.
Spell driver's good. Okay, Casimir, that's the end of your turn. We go to Roxy now. Roxanne, you see 2 gigantic ape demons breaking down the wall and the door that you're like they're about to break the wall and get into this room you're in with Althea. In fact, let me put her on the field at this point because she is now in danger.
Are there no guards on this floor at all?
If you like look around, you'll find some, but they're currently like fighting skeletons, right? There's like skeletons in the hallways as well that they're having to fight.
All right, and okay, do I know these are demons by any chance?
You can make me a very sort of quick glance religion roll. 13, you for sure know they're fiendish of some sort. What, like, qualification of fiend? You're not 100%. Huh?
So I would know based on quip that poisons do not affect them.
Yes, generally anything fiendish doesn't really care much for poison.
Okay, well she's going to and they're beating down the door.
Yeah, they're trying to like break the door. Next turn there will be like a breaking through.
Does she look around the room? Is there anything in the room that she could use?
You looking around. I mean, this is her, like, Althea's room here. She's got like a crystal ball and a little like altar to the elven god here. Little bed and everything. Like, you don't see any like magical or special like useful things. There's chairs, nice desk, there's a little armoire in the corner, right? It's nice. It's beautiful curtains that are currently being fucking ripped to shreds. Just like a living quarters.
All right, and there's no other place to go, correct? There's
Yeah,
like
well,
no
there's a
windows.
door. There's a door that goes into like a hallway, but the hallway leads sort of like that way and then towards the exit out here.
That is fine. They have not broken down the door, correct?
Yeah, next round, you're pretty sure they're going to break through.
Okay. She's gonna look at her. She's go, we got to get the fuck out of here. All right. So like, start
She nods.
fucking running. Like, I don't know where you gotta go, but you gotta go right fucking now. Let's go.
Understood. Yes. And she grabs whatever books she has on her like holy symbol and everything, and starts moving. She's gonna move right away, and I think she's gonna just like run on over across the hallway, like to the other part. She's like inside the building and all still, but she's going where there's no fighting, right? She tries to like push through past some of the guards fighting the skeletons and all that, and just sort of like leaves you here to deal with this.
She is gonna stand.
Roxy, I'll say at this point, best that you understand, because you elected to stay back and protect her here, where she would have been just like hiding and possibly at the mercy of these things, you being nearby close enough for her to be able to like escape, she's like out of this fight, right? She just like runs away and hides and disappears from danger. Because
Yeah.
you elected to stay back. But now you're kind of fucked. There's two giant monkey demons.
Now she knows that the vial of Ghoul's Fury, right, that you gave me, is when they die, they attack them. Since they're technically not alive because they're fiendish.
Technically, they are alive. Everything is living except for the undead. Yeah.
Okay.
And Roxy would know this, right? Roxy, you think to yourself, like, maybe I can upgrade it at some point to, like, be more specific. But for now, yeah, it's not gonna do it.
She doesn't want to. She doesn't want to fuck with the store. She wants to make them come for her as quick as they could. So she's going to. She's going to cut her hand and kind of leave like a trail of blood. So that way it goes this direction where she is here. She doesn't want them going this way. She wants them kind of follow her. So she's going to move that direction. And then she's going to bonus that. I mean, she can't. She can hold her action for when one of them gets to the door here. She will shoot it.
Nice.
But she wants to bonus action like hide and prepare. She doesn't want them to go for her over here. She wants to kind of lure them this way.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, that's a solid, very solid setup. Give me a stealth roll as you wait for your like ambush attack. You have advantage because of your shadow cloak. By the way, quick check how we doing it for time, you guys. I don't want to. We can always pause
Doing
the
great.
fight somewhere too.
No worries.
I heard Emily. She said she's
I'm
not
pulling
going to
an
work.
all-nighter. I'm at work
We're
right now, so
going.
don't worry.
You're going. My
I had
God,
a
30.
fantastic nap.
Excellent. 30 is more than enough. You are just around the corner, waiting with the bow to release as soon as one of them pokes their snout.
Yeah, she wants to cut her hand and like leave the blood trail like right here to leave them here, but she's not. And then she will, and then she will come all the way over here.
Absolutely, absolutely. Roxy, end of your turn. We hear screaming happening, like not like people. There's a few sounds of people like going to yell for a moment, and that being like cut short as this scream that sounds both sort of horribly distorted and beautiful at the same time happens. As that happens, you guys watch as to the right side of the map here, to the northeast, a pair of flaming wings opens, and flying onto the building, holding a piece of sort of like a branch with a bunch of like leaves on it, is at first seemingly tiefling, but then very obviously demonic figure we recognize. Right there, we see Ash land on the roof, flaming wings extending from her back as she looks down and smiles. She looks around and calls out to these demons here. Who amongst ye speaks Abyssal?
Me
All
and
right.
Cass.
Yep.
Okay. You hear her speak to the demons here, saying, we have what we came for. She looks down to Jorman, says, I'm sorry, dear. Somebody has to stay back. Make sure we're not followed, yes? And Jorman just sort of nods. And she looks back and says, the rest of you, destroy as much as you can. Make it seem as violent, as if it was a violent attack of some sort. She looks down to you guys, and down to Casimir, and says, but you, and she leans in, says, you'll be coming with me, won't you? And her voice reverberates.
Oh.
I need you to make a wisdom saving throw, Casimir.
I think not.
20! Oh my god. I'm so sorry. She is going to use silvery barbs to make you re-roll that. I need you to roll one more. Sorry, what was that?
Oh, is it charisma?
I mean, if you have it, she's casting the spell, right?
I don't, but I was asking
Uh-huh.
if Cass had it.
Yeah. Casimir, what do you think? You want to try, or you want to try another wisdom save?
You know, I want to rub it in her face when I hold her back.
Uh-huh.
So we're gonna do the save. Another
Sorry, I
wisdom
didn't hear
save.
that. What did you say?
Another wisdom save. I'm gonna laugh in her face when I win.
All right, go ahead.
Is that good enough?
17 is just good enough.
All right.
17 is the magic number. She looks to you, and you look to her for a
I
second.
rather
You look
think
up-
not.
As you look up to her for a moment, there is this voice of hers that peeks in, and you see, rather than like that demonic figure, a beautiful, stunning tiefling woman. The woman of your dreams, someone that you've always loved but never knew, someone that you care for so genuinely, someone that you will happily die for. Before, there's this sort of like crack in the glass, and you see through it this distorted sort of image of this fiendish figure standing there, enticing you. You realize this is not love, this is sort of like obsession and lust that she sort of attempts to charm you with, as you shake your head and fight off her spell. She sort of rolls her eyes and scowls, says, why do you always have to be so complicated, darling? Can't we just do this together? Well, whatever. There'll be more attempts soon enough. If you won't serve, then you will rot! As she screams that out, her voice detonates from her. This is gonna be weird, but I need to put a cube on the ground. She's just gonna do it on Casimir. Casimir, I need you now to make a devastatingly dangerous Constitution saving throw. As you feel waves of psychic damage attempting to sort of inebriate and exhaust and just sort of like kill you, basically.
Is this one a spell?
This is not a spell. This is just an ability she has. As the Song of Obsession doesn't work, she's going to use Song of Decay. That's a DC 17 con save, or you take 51 points of psychic damage and gain 2 levels of exhaustion.
Oh, fuck.
Okay,
that's
so
great.
I'm going to use my inspiration.
Yeah.
Okay, go right ahead. This is a DC 17. This is super.
Let's go.
Oh my god.
Nice.
Yes! As she screams out towards you, you feel like a hurricane. A wave of necrosis hits you. Your mind begins to shatter. Your actual hair begins to turn gray momentarily. As you watch in this possible different future, you are like your flesh is rent from your body, your lips crack and sort of dry, and suddenly your eyes bulge and detonate. Your whole body is rent asunder. Instead, using your magic, your force of will, and perseverance, you steal your mind and deflect her attack here. Casimir, that's still half damage. That's 25 points of psychic damage and no exhaustion to you. With her flaming wings, she ascends 20 feet off the ground, and then sort of sees you there and keeps flying up. She goes flying up, 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 until she's now 80 feet off the ground in the air, just sort of flying above. You see her conjuring up a little fire spell for next turn. That is going to be her turn. Casimir, sorry to bother you, man, but one more con save for that repulsing wall, the concentration of it to stay up. You took 25, you're looking to beat a DC 12 here.
Silvery Barbs at... I'm sorry, not Silvery Barbs. Portent 14.
Portent 14, you're good. The wall stays. Can you put it, by the way, can you put it again, the little, line, so I know where it is?
I still see it on my screen.
Yeah.
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 I can redo it.
Me, yeah? Can you redo it if you don't mind? Thank you.
Yeah.
It's
Draw
gone for me.
like a little fiery wall.
Oh yeah, you can actually just use the drawing tool and just fucking draw it on the map. That's fine too. Either works. Okay, yeah. That is Ash's turn. She just flies on up, holding this branch with leaves on it. We go to the skeletons. All of them double dashing, run right into the wall. Casimir, roll me that damage for the wall. There might not even be a need for the saving throw here because they are not that tough, and the wall does 5d8 radiant damage. There we go. That's a line. That's nice. That works. Casimir, 5d8. 17, even if they succeed, every single one of them will be instantly decimated. All of the skeletons are killed in one fell swoop as they run into the repulsing wall. Destroyed instantly. Okay, that is the skeletons pretty much gone from the initiative. However, we still have these super dangerous demons. Sky, it is now your turn.
Alright. I've got one more of these bad boys in the chamber. And I'm going to make a sort of like a flourish, like very Doc Holliday-esque, where I spin the gun around, slap it open, pull out a single bullet that Roxy gave me, slap the slow bullet into it, spin it, point it at Jorman, and shoot him.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, nice.
Let's go. Go for it.
And that last grip point, please fucking hit. Yes!
Let's go. 24 easily hits. All right. So the slow bullet, I believe, just gives him the effects of the slow spell,
That's
which
right.
he doesn't get to save now. He's immediately affected. So he would have used a hellish rebuke here, but he can't. He doesn't have a reaction anymore because he's slowed now. Amazing. That is a special movement, slow, extra effective here against someone who can make multi-attacks. Super cool. His AC is reduced, he's got half movement, no reaction. If he casts a spell, it takes 2 actions to cast. Brutal. That is 14 points of damage to him.
Shot
Amazing.
is a 22.
22 totally hits now with reduced AC as well. That
That
is
is also
13, 16 points of damage.
And
Awesome.
then she's gonna use her bonus action with the sword. Again, going for a low swing on his leg or something.
Absolutely go right for it.
21.
21 will hit. Yeah, he can't reaction, can't do shit. That totally hits. That's 10 more points of damage. Nice.
You still ain't got nothing on me.
What is this? As he's just sort of trying to figure out what's going on. Sky, that is going to be your turn as you blast away. He's getting close to bloodied. You are working the damage into him here. Okay, Sky, I think that's you, unless you want to move somewhere. He doesn't have a reaction.
She's not gonna run, but kind of where she's now kind of like butted up against the fire, she's gonna like jump to the other side of him to just kind of like rub in that fact that you still, after all this, can't keep up with me.
Can't keep up. Yes, awesome. Very nicely done. Very nicely done. Sky, that said, we go to Jorman. So he's slow. He doesn't have reactions, but unfortunately, reactions don't stop legendary actions. He's going to use another legendary action to command Fiend. He's going to look on over to the giant fiend next to Casimir. Casimir, that guy is going to make a singular claw attack against you. That's a million. That's a million he rolled against you. Silvery barbs. Very good. Here's the reroll. That's a natural one instead. That misses. All right, Casimir, very good. Who do you give advantage to?
We're gonna give advantage to me this time.
Advantage for yourself. Very good. That's before we go to Jorman's turn. Now we go to his turn. He will make a singular as an action here. He realizes he's like under a magical effect of some sort. He spins the blade around, stabs it into the ground, like all slow motion and everything. But as he does, his eyes burn with bright and gold sort of radiance like his sword, and exploding from him is a aura of fear. He is going to use his dreadful aspect here. He releases a 30-foot aura around himself. So I need Sky, I need Casimir, I need Quip, I need Bella, and I need Bryn to succeed on a wisdom saving throw or become frightened of Jorman as this fiendish explosive power sort of is released from him.
You said wisdom?
It's a wisdom saving throw against fear, yes. This is the magical effect. Quip does have magical resistance, so he doesn't have advantage on this.
Yeah. Okay.
He, however, is a coward. He has disadvantage on
He
all...
rolling that 20. He rolling that. Don't you duck shit about my Quip.
Here's the thing.
He's
a coward. Therefore, any fear effects he has disadvantage against.
No,
so
don't
advantage
say
and
that.
disadvantage negate themselves. As Bella, you feel someone vomit on the side of your shoulder. As he's like, freaking out and vomiting, just losing his mind. He's horrified. That's a DC 17. Bella with advantage. That's a 15. So close. That's not gonna do it. However,
Nope.
you can't just say no. That's not how the game works.
I said nope.
Oh, damn it! You can say no. Plus 5. That's a 20. You succeed, Bella. You are not frightened here. Sky, natural fucking 20. So perfectly poetic here. Casimir, totally fine. Bryn, totally fine. You guys are all fine as he releases this wave of fear, and it does nothing. And he looks around, sort of stunned, and it didn't do absolutely anything. Yeah.
You never scared me before.
You hear Quip go like, I'm so scared! He's losing his mind. I'm gonna put this tiny little thing on him. Jorman, at the end of his turn, gets to make a wisdom... That's it. He's got an action. Nothing else he can do. Wisdom saving throw to shake off the slow. DC for the poison you made is a 15. We're looking for a DC 15 wisdom save. That's a 9. That's a failure. Okay, there we go. Okay, that is his turn. We go next to the Baralgura demons. This guy breaks through the room, moves here, gets shot by Roxy. Roxy, bam, take a shot. With advantage, please. Yeah, he hits him to the side of the cheek, goes right into the mouth. Roll that damage. Sneak attack, please.
I'm burning another favorite foe on this.
Awesome. Hell yeah, fuck him up. Ooh, goddamn.
Re-rolling that one.
On the sneak attack? Oh, yes.
Yeah,
yes, yes.
I hate it, man. That's why I took
Nice.
Piercer.
That's a great call. That is, instead of 23, that is 25 points of damage. Okay, this thing is like already bloody, like almost bloodied actually, not fully, but almost from that one shot. It freaks out and looks around. It sniffs at the air. It senses blood and it looks over as you shoot it. It uses a dash action to move here next to you. The other one basically does the same thing. He gets here, uses a dash action. They're now standing in this hallway surrounding you. They're flanking you and like, beating on their chest, about to just pulverize you.
All right.
Okay, that's a very rough spot to be in. This one over here starts its turn in this thing, doesn't get pushed away by the wall, but doesn't intend to move from it. Instead, it has 2 targets there. I'm going to roll a d4. 1 and 2 is Bella. Oof.
No.
He grabs Quip and bites his head off. He's going to make a single bite attack against Quip, who is frightened right now. That's a 19 for Quip.
Oh no.
I think Quip is gone here. That's going to be 6 points of damage.
Oh,
He's
that's
alive.
enough.
He's still
That's
alive because he got that bonus from that Knoll's teeth.
That's right.
He has 7 hit points.
He, with the other punch, goes straight for Bella here. Bella, here's the punch, the fist attack. 14.
Nope.
Not so much. Your new armor, bam, absorbs all of it. That is the Bargora demon. He, at the end of his turn, needs to make a, what was it, dex save, Casimir? For the wall?
I'm sorry. Let's see here. It is a
Strength or dex? I just don't recall.
strength save.
Strength save. He's a big monkey. 22. 22 is enough. He stays in the wall. Does he take half if he succeeds, or is it just like all or nothing? Most of the wall spells are all or nothing, but I'm hoping this one is like half.
No damage. I'm sorry.
No damage.
Yeah, it doesn't say, so no damage.
Alright, yeah, probably means no damage then. It stays right there, beating on you guys as best as it can. Before we go further on, there is a sound. You watch as the sun above begins to darken. You see, as you sort of look around, and you watch all these demons kind of look around like, what is happening? You hear a voice speak out. Mother Moon, grant me your power. As you look around and you look back and you see exiting from this building on the left is the High Priestess Tenuviel, who enters the combat. As she holds her hands up, entirety of the sky is undone. The sun above burns away, and instead moonlight fills the entire battlefield. Like, the day changes to night as she performs this, like, miracle all of a sudden. All of these demons freak out and look around like, what is happening? As she looks on over, holds her arms up and throws them out. This wave of energy hits them so hard, you watch their flesh begin to like rend away as they freak out. As Bryn, she does what you just did, just like a bunch of levels higher. Using a 8th level spell, she's going to cast Holy Aura on herself, as this 30-foot radius of like impenetrable evil destroying darkness appears around her and begins to sort of push into the battlefield. She steps on in here and looks around to everyone, and everyone looks around like, holy shit, right, as they see this like super powerful spellcaster enter the fight. She looks around to everyone. She looks up to Ash and says, the memories of Singorn are not yours to take. Holding her arm out, she throws out a mass healing word. She's going to do a little mass healing word, pretty much like on all of you guys here, real fast. 3rd level, just a sort of mass healing word she throws out is a d4 plus her spellcasting modifier to all of you guys. 7
Not
points
to
of
be
healing.
that guy, but it's another leveled spell.
I know.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. yeah, I
I'm
know.
sorry, how
She
many
just
points?
has-
7?
7 hit points to all of you guys as she throws out, as soon as she enters the space and this like abjuring holy aura of night enters the space, you see her hair filled with these like specks of stars, like a little constellation, maybe a little akin to like what Bryn is rocking, right, when she goes into her forms. But for her, it's only her like hair and eyes that happen. Yes, she throws out her spell here as Bryn, there's a moment of I don't know, you tell me. She casts a spell that is, like, extremely similar to yours, but, like, much higher level, right? And then, like, a healing spell, and she changes the night, so, like, the day to night. As soon as she does this, by the way, Roxy, you go invisible, right? Because it's all of a sudden nighttime, right? And you have the Gloomstalker ability, so you, like, go invisible as these demons look around like, what the fuck just happened? Yeah, Bryn, like, what is your reaction as she, like, enters the battlefield?
I mean, Bryn is in Chalice form. She's already stars.
Yeah.
And so, like, the both of them, she's just like, just
Mhm.
frowns,
Like, oh
just
no,
like,
I'm like my mom.
She looks on over to you, Bryn, and says, enough slacking. Get rid of them. That is her turn. Bella, it is your turn now.
Enough slacking. Get rid of.
You
Okay.
look around, it's nighttime all of a sudden, right? As all of these demons look like, oh fuck, that's a lot of power all of a sudden, right? And they all begin to like back away and freak out. This is outside of Ash's upstairs. She's sort of like, like clears her throat, like ugh, gross, right? Like it doesn't sit well with her, but she's not having as a visceral reaction as the others.
And is she's 80 feet up?
She's 80 feet up in the air.
Holy mackerel.
She can fly. Why would she ever get close to you, right? You see,
Man, I
and
can't even-
she doesn't have physical wings. They're made of like fire behind her.
Does that look
Okay.
familiar?
Looks very
So-
familiar, yeah.
So, oh gosh, I just put that together. So out of curiosity, Jay, how does weapon switching work between me and my Echo?
How do you mean?
So specifically, I'm thinking of using the axe beak tomahawk
Yeah.
that I have.
So, you would have to be the one to throw it, right? Because it's a
Okay.
physical thing. Your Echo holds the weapon that you usually have for melee attacks, but he can't do like the range stuff.
Gotcha.
Like he can do, I guess, range stuff, but not if it has like special properties like the
Well-
nets or whips or stuff like that.
Right. So if I use the axe beak tomahawk in melee, not
Yeah.
throwing,
Yeah.
can the Echo use it and it uses its abilities or no?
Allow it, sure.
Okay. I'm just curious. So, but if I used it for attack, I can't like switch to the other weapon for the other attacks, right? It would have to be.
Yeah,
all-
only one free like item interaction per turn, so only one
Right,
weapon
right.
swap.
Okay, I'm just running this through.
Yeah.
But also, that's just like so much damage. I'm just leaving on the table. Yeah, we're just gonna. Deco's gonna just get in this guy's face and just go to town.
Mhm.
Yep. Here we go.
All right. So,
27.
Echo against that guy. Yeah, totally hits. He's fucked up right now. All right. Excellent. Okay. That is going to be, once again, a little resistant to cold. These are fiends, right? They have special resistances and such, but that's
Right, that's
totally,
fine.
yeah, excellent damage.
It's extra
okay?
damage. So
We're chipping
second
away.
attack?
He's probably the toughest of all these minions. He's not going down that
Gotcha.
easy. Yeah?
Okay. We'll
He's
just
like
keep,
mini boss, right?
Mm,
14? Not so much, unfortunately.
think so. We'll hit.
Oh, we did say Quip is gonna help you. We'll say
Quip's-
for this second attack, it'll actually no. Quip's are like over here. Never
Quip's
mind.
over here. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
this is the demon
this
guy,
is
yes. 14, no
Um,
dice.
that's fine. I'll unleash incarnation to attack for a third time.
Go again. Go again.
Here we go. 24.
Let's go. 24 totally hits. 12, an extra 2. Okay.
Probably gets reduced to
Bam.
1.
Very good.
Uh,
Getting closer-ish to bloodied.
okay.
I think that's it. Unless you you got bonus action something.
I'm
Swap,
thinking.
heal, anything.
I'm thinking if I want to swap or not. I think I am going to swap. I think I'm going to swap bonus action swap places.
All right. Excellent.
Yeah.
I'll move the Echo. You move yourself.
Okay.
Bam. There we go. Awesome. You swap places with the Echo. The Fiend is sort of looking around, but now it's not sort of like looking at you. It's sort of looking back towards Tenuviel. Okay. Very nicely done. You injured pretty badly, though.
Okay, sounds good. It's my turn.
Okay. Excellent. Okay. There we go. Next up, we're gonna go to this Nikoloth over here. Before we do, two different legendary actions are gonna happen. Tenuviel's gonna use a legendary action, and Jorman's gonna use a legendary action here, or a villainous action for him, I suppose. Jorman is going to command a fiend. He's going to command the guy in front of Casimir to attack Casimir, but I think as you teleport in, Bella, you like intercept the attack and he goes for you instead.
Well, if he attacks Casimir, I mean, it doesn't matter. He's fine. I'd rather take the
You
hits,
can,
yeah.
I mean, you see it happen. I'll leave
Yeah,
this to
yeah.
you,
No,
right?
no,
You
no.
can
I'll
take
take the
it,
hit.
or you
No,
can
no,
try
yeah,
to go
I'll
for a
for sure.
combo.
I'll for sure take the hit.
Here's a claw attack against you.
Oh,
That's a
man.
natural 20. Your curse
Okay.
continues. You are the one I crit. You are just the one person I crit.
You're the chosen one.
Here is the damage. You take 18 points of slashing damage, and I need you to make a con save right away, or you get this like a burning wound, this fiendish wound that'll continue to like bleed you and do more damage as turns go on.
Let me take the damage, and then you said Constitution?
Con save 16. This is your shit.
Ooh.
Let's go. That's
Yeah.
good enough. You do not have this fiendish wound on you, but you realize, like, okay, fuck, they can leave, like, an infestation within you if they claw you. We go to him. On his turn, he's going to cast a spell. He sees Tenuviel bring forward this giant holy aura, 8th level spell. He is going to cast Dispel Magic on her to get rid of this holy aura off of her instantly. Let me see. Dispel Magic he has as many times as he wants to do. He's going to try. He needs to roll a spellcasting roll. This is an 8th level spell. He's aiming for an 18 or higher. If he succeeds, the holy aura, disadvantage on their attacks, all of that is gone. Here. Oh, actually, I'm so sorry. That crit doesn't happen. It's not a crit. It's a normal hit. It's a 22 because Holy Aura gives disadvantage to all fiend creatures on attack rolls. That's why she moved in there in the
amazing.
middle of the fight. In fact, I'm so sorry. A few things that I forgot about that spell. Not only, yes, does it give like disadvantage, but also if anyone tries to attack someone with a melee attack, they have to make a con save or become blinded instantly. Yeah. Here's a con save for the Fiend. The Fiend does succeed. They are not blinded by that. However, yes, they are going to try a Dispel Magic against Tenuviel's Holy Aura here. Here is the Charisma roll they gotta make. 12. That is not enough. The Holy Aura remains. As they're having like a hard time looking even in her direction. That's his whole turn. He casts Dispel Magic. Okay, Bryn, it is now your turn.
All right.
Oh,
Fuck,
sorry,
I'm
I totally forgot. She was gonna take a legendary as well. Tenuviel takes a legendary action here as well. Let me just see a range of this 60 feet. Ether. She sees the guy cast Dispel Magic on her. She opens her palm up. His body begins to break and crack, and he begins to sort of like fall apart as she casts Harm on him. As this bolt of like moon energy appears above him and then slams down onto him. This person takes a lot of fucking damage. He takes 43 points of damage if they don't succeed on a con save. They fail the con save. They take 43 points of damage and are now badly bloodied. Their maximum hit points are also reduced by 43 hit points. As she holds her hand up, you see a shroud of sort of darkness appear above her, and two glowing purple eyes appear as this symbol of the crescent moon glows above her head. Bryn, now it's your turn.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my bonus action, Aura of Vitality. I'm gonna send that to Casimir.
Awesome.
So that's gonna be 8. And then with my Chalice healing, I'm gonna send that to myself.
Oh my god, look at that. Nice. That
Plus
is 8 for
13 to
Casimir,
me.
13 for you. My god, 20 plus healing just like with a bonus action. Crazy.
Oh yeah, that wasn't even a spell. Yeah. So I'm gonna now.
You're super perceptive. I don't know if you would notice this, but Roxy definitely being like in the thick of it would over here. Tenuvial sees this and just gives this like intrigued look of like, yes, go on, like as if like interested.
I want to cast a guiding bolt, but I know the guy right in front of me is right in front of me. Can I cast it toward this guy?
Yes, but he would still give you disadvantage because
Yeah,
he's
that's
standing.
okay.
He's like just hassling you, or he's waving his fists around.
It's all right. We'll cast a guiding bolt because it's free. Oh, we cast it at disadvantage.
You can try to move away. You healed yourself, right? You can try to move away, but he might fucking clock you.
Hey, you know what? Let's do it.
Excellent. I'm gonna say he has disadvantage on the attack as he's currently chewing on Quip, who's like biting into his tongue on the inside of his mouth. Here's a fist with disadvantage. That's a 9.
Does not hit.
Totally misses. You are free to make a normal attack now.
All right, and I will get a bow. Where'd he go?
Let's go.
That'll be a
No-
26.
No disadvantage. You're good here, but
Yeah.
that totally does hit. 10 points of damage after all that is more than enough to kill it here. Tenuvial unleashes this spell and looks to you. You throw out this healing your allies as well, right? And then you conjure this bolt of energy. What does it look like, right? As we see this moonlight beam hit it from above as that harm spell, and it's like, screaming in pain. And then
Yeah.
you go in for
This
the kill.
does not look like moonlight. Bryn's has always been constellations that kind of not like they look like constellations like dots that
Yeah.
interlace with each other. So this kind of comes down as a comet hits him. And the moment that the first star touches him, a bunch of others kind of appear like kind of like chickenpox, like pockmarks, and then all of a sudden they activate and the lines interlace like a constellation that's activated, and he just like detonates.
He throws his arms out, screams for just a quarter of a second before his whole body just is shattered in every possible direction. As that happens, I mean, as tradition, Bella, you're just caked in demon guts. As the thing explodes in front of you again. And Tenuvial looks to you and just gives a nod. As, like, I don't know if Bryn would, like, hate this, but you get, like, approval. Now I get approval for this I get approval, right? And she just sort of nods. All right. I think at the end of that, she kind of glances in the direction of Sky and looks back to you and says, "Good work." Anything else for your turn? No?
That's it.
She appreciated me.
No, fuck her.
All right.
Bryn says nothing.
So nothing, absolutely. Casimir, giant bat demon, is now dead. 2 monkeys trying to beat on... Roxy's gone. She disappeared.
Thank you. And is Ash still up there looking like she's waving her hands around with fire stuff?
She is ascending up further and going to like cast some sort of a spell. Cass, you can give me what is basically like an insight roll with your Arcana. You can give me a little Arcana check to figure out like what she's about to do, if you want to try. 17. Okay, you realize you've seen her do this before. It's a fiery-looking spell because that's the kind of magic she wields, but she is flying out of the range. She knows you're a spellcaster. She knows you can do kind of counter-spell stuff. She's flying up to be out of your range before she teleports away again like she did last time, this time with that branch of that tree.
Yeah. Yeah.
Regular.
So
80 feet up right now.
Casimir is going to lay a hand on Bella, and at 4th level, cast.
Ooh. Fly spell, 4th level. You can target one more creature when you do that.
And Bella's right next to me.
Yeah.
So my next move is I'm flying 60 feet up.
60 feet up. You go directly 60. You're 60 feet up. She's 80 feet up. Amazing. Amazing. Casimir, this is a concentration. It's going to get rid of the repulsion wall.
That's fine. It did its job.
Okay. Excellent. Okay. You go flying right after her. Amazing. Bonus action, I don't imagine you have anything, so I think that's gonna be you. Do I have a... Oh, there it
That's
is.
correct.
460, put on that on you. Get rid of this wall. Awesome. Casimir, that's gonna be it for you. Before we go to Roxy here, we're gonna do Jorman's Legendary. He's going to command the demon in front of Roxy to attack where she sort of was, right? Roxy, this is with disadvantage against you. That's a 10, no? Not so much. Okay, yeah, Roxy, now we go to your turn. The creatures are like waving their arms, like looking down. You hear them like talking in abyssal, like, where was here? Where? Smell blood here somewhere.
Yeah, she's gonna bonus action Zephyr Strike because she wants more
Zephyr.
damage. She wants more damage on this. She's
Hell
gonna
yes.
move here, and she's gonna go
Awesome.
after this guy.
Awesome, go for it. He's the injured one.
Yeah, Zephyr gives me advantage.
Absolutely does, yeah, if you want to use it up. Extra damage as well, advantage on the attack, all the good stuff. Excellent, that totally hits. Roll it up. This is the marked one, so absolutely that'll be...
Re-rolling that one to another one. Yay!
Yeah, well, there's only so much we can do about bad luck protection. Okay, that's going to be 17 points of damage to that one. He is nearly killed, but not fully outright, unfortunately.
Yeah, Zephyr gives me another 10 feet of movement. I'm
Yeah, you can run back into... That room is like on fire where you guys were before, just so you know. But yeah, you can kind of make your way through it with a dash. Oh no, you have a Zephyr Strike, right?
Yeah, I get another 10 feet of movement, and I move 20. So I don't want to be nowhere near the light, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
The
absolutely.
fire.
Staying invisible. Yeah. Understood. Fire's mostly like atop or like on top of the building, so you're fine. Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's on top of the building. Okay, so
Yeah.
she's gonna go over here then. She doesn't want them to go to this door, but she doesn't want to she wants to give herself. She doesn't want to be cornered too bad. Like this is a wall here, right?
Yeah, there's a wall and there's like stairs leading down, like a hallway and stairs leading down to go into like another garden and such. But I think you getting there, they sort of look around and they hear some footsteps and movement. As you shoot this guy, he screams. You didn't take the stealth bonus action, right? So they know kind of where you are, but they're going to have a hard time hitting you.
Yep, and she just she doesn't know how close. Like, does she see like Jorman or hear Jorman say something and then they go after me?
No, he doesn't say anything in particular.
Okay,
They are just being demons and attacking everything.
Okay, so she's gonna stay there. That's her turn.
All right, Ash goes next. She sees Casimir fly up, and she grins. And she sort of smiles and looks down towards you and says, "Really? That's all it took? Tried to isolate you all this time, and you just come to me by yourself? Lovely." He rushes up to you, places a hand on you, and casts an extremely powerful spell. Do you try to counterspell it?
Is it a targeted spell?
It's a target spell. It's on you.
Is she still casting that other thing?
Not currently. No, she's not casting extra spells right now. She was casting that spell, and it's the same spell she's casting, yeah, right? But she's now casting it on you. As you realize,
If it's targeted, I'll try and silvery barbs it.
it's not a roll. It's going to be a roll on your part.
That's different. And yes, I'll counterspell.
Okay. She's going to counterspell your counterspell. She snaps her fingers, says, up, eyes up here. As you try to cast your spell, and it shatters it, she touches your chest, and this spell punctures through you, and a shattering of glass sound appears behind you. I need you to make a charisma saving throw, DC 17, please.
She can cast a counterspell while casting a spell? Interesting.
Yeah, everyone can. You can do that as well.
action,
If you're casting like a fireball, and someone goes to counter your fireball, you can just counter their counter spell. So there's a limit on spellcasting that says only one sort of leveled spell per turn, but that only matters for the action and bonus action spell. Reaction spells you can do anytime, right? Because you always cast your like shield spells and everything per turn and everything.
Take my inspiration.
Take the inspiration, okay? Give it a reroll.
Take my wheel. I have one more.
Oh my god, everything! Okay, so he is
Well.
60 feet up
Feet
in the
air.
air.
Oh, you're
at
too
the
far
moment.
from me.
Yep.
You're too far from me then.
He's too
Too far from
far
everybody.
up. Sky, you are close enough for the boon of fate here. As that balance and law of Arathis, you feel. You look over and reach your hand out as you realize something truly horrible is about to happen. However way it like pans out, right? Sky, you instantly look on over, and that moment of attention and your sort of sisterly instinct, right? As you look over to Casimir and to protect him. Casimir, 12 plus your 7 here. That's a 19. The plane shift spell she casts on you to send you elsewhere fades and is shattered as a portal opens behind you, and you focus for a moment that boon of fate, the balance, the law. We see the appearance of these like magical scales for a moment in the back of your mind as they click into the central sort of balance position. The portal behind you shatters and disappears instantly as she scowls to herself.
Thanks, Guy.
And she tilts her head sideways, says, just can't let a girl have her fun, can you? She's going to use the rest of her movement. So she did like this, and then she has 30 more feet of movement, so she's going to go like this. She's now at your level. She's 60 feet up in the air with you.
She's done moving?
Yes.
See, but you want me to come to you, but you came to me. Have fun with that.
Oh?
Bella has fly.
Yeah, but Bella's like on the ground.
I'm only 60 feet up. If she's on my level, so is Bella. Bella's in range.
Bella didn't. Well, no, Bella didn't move when you
No,
cast it.
no.
She
Yeah.
moved on her.
No, but Bella can be in range on her turn.
Yeah.
Right,
on my
on her
turn.
turn. So
Yeah.
she's still still like 60 feet up because she was 80, flew down 20, I guess, to you. Well, 30 because she needed to travel more diagonally, and then 30 like just like back away from you. Okay, very good. She's chilling there, 60 feet in the air. Very, very good. Casimir, as you realize, yeah, she tried to like get you alone to teleport you away somewhere where she can do whatever she wants with you. You resist the spell. Very good, very, very good.
With some help. Appreciated.
Hell yes. Here's a little D6.
Gotcha, buddy.
We're good. Ash's turn is done. We go to Sky. Yeah,
D6. What?
it's just fun. I'm just rolling for fun. I'm allowed to have fun.
All
This
right.
game is not just for you guys.
Gonna square up with Jorman. And here we go. That's a 19?
19 would not have hit. Now it hits because he slowed. Let's go.
Fuck yeah.
That is 14 points of damage. Okay.
19?
19 hits again. That is
Consistency.
20 points of damage. He's now well into bloodied. As you continue to bam blast at his sort of like legs and arm. Like his armor is absorbing a lot of the impact of this, but he's still he's obviously now showing wear and tear.
And that's a 23. On this one, it's gonna
Oh,
be like kind of like
well-
she like shoots these two shots, and she's gonna spin around with the pommel and hit him on the side of the head to see if maybe she can knock him out of whatever stupor he's in.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't seem to be fixing him or anything like that. He's still sort of like enraged and fighting you. Okay. You realize, yeah, there's only one cure to this, and that's hitting the ground. Okay.
Knock you the fuck out again.
We go to Jorman's turn. He's still slowed at the moment. Can't do any of his spells. He's fucked up. He's pretty fucked up. He's just going to do his one attack then. He raises his blade, swings. That's a 23 for you.
Yeah, that'll hit me.
That's going to be 9. Only 9, not too bad. Pretty low roll by him there. Points of damage. He's slowed. At the end of his turn, he reattempts a wisdom saving throw, DC 15. Jesus Christ. Enough! He yells out as the slow spell is shattered from him.
Oh, shit.
Alright, so there we go. He's no longer slowed, but that doesn't matter. That's the end of his turn when that happens. 2 turns of slow. Incredible value. We go to the monkeys. Okay, at this point, one monkey is going to go chasing after you because you're kind of closest there. This one's going to go for the closest person. He's going to go try and beat on Tinuviel over here. He's going to try and be reckless and try to make a fist attack. 21 totally hits. Bite, 16 does not hit against her. 21 with the fist does 5 points of damage to her. This creature needs to make a con save. It does not go blind. She takes 5 points of damage. She needs to make a con save to keep her spell up. She has a special feature called Superior Focus, where she gets advantage on concentration checks. Here's the roll. She's good. She keeps the spell. That's 5 points of damage as the thing slams into her. She uses some of that like moonlight to sort of absorb a lot of the blow, but it gets sort of jostled back and thrown back. Okay. That's that one. Roxy, the one that chased you, also goes reckless, makes 2 attacks, but no advantage because you are invisible. It just kind of knows where you are. That's a 10. Disadvantage and advantage, that's a natural 20 with the normal attack roll. Roxy, that's 13 points of damage to you.
Uncanny dodge, and then I teleport. I'm using my my cloak.
Oh, you're using the cloak. You get to teleport 30 feet and reduce the damage you took. 13 becomes 6 points of damage. Where are you going?
It says to an unlit location within 30 feet.
Yeah, anywhere that's not fire on the map.
Okay, back over here.
Back over there, or still sort of... I think because you teleport, it loses like where you are entirely. On the next round, if you don't attack at this one and just move from that spot, it just fully will lose where you went. Okay, this one over here doesn't understand. He goes reckless and attacks Bella's Echo. Echo attack, bite. That's a 15 against the Echo. That's not going to do it. Fist, 22. Echo's gone. All right, I'm going to put it just like on top right somewhere so you can resummon it if needed. Okay, there we go. It looks around confused and starts fucking devouring Quip on its next turn. We go to High Priestess Tinuviel. She looks on up towards Ash, looks at you guys and everything that's happening. She sees that Bella, are you obviously like about to like, you know, like fucking Superman fly jump into the air, or?
I'm a little conflicted because I like this Valgura is going to just go for Bryn. But I really do want to go up and mess Ash up, especially if Casimir already went up there. So, but it sucks because I can't really use my Echo on the ground while I'm up in the air because I'll be too far away. So,
whatever you decide, Tinuviel is going to walk up, reach her hand out. She looks to you, says, "Your weapon, warrior. Give it." She holds her hand out.
I'll hand her the knight's halberd of vigor.
Bonus action, she's going to do a little cleric ability here called Divine Eminence, where your next attack will do extra 7 radiant damage next time it hits someone. Until next turn, that goes. So you see this like light radiance sort of like glowing from your weapon. That's her little bonus action. And then as an action, she can't do much here. She can't concentration spells. This is all concentration. I think as an action, she's just going to sort of grab her quarterstaff and fucking smack this demon in the head. She smacks it. 17 with advantage. That does hit. She does some bludgeoning, some radiant damage. Overall, more than enough to destroy the Bargura here. She slams it across the side of the head. Radiance sort of begins to seep into it, and it falls dead, melting on the ground. That's her turn. Bella, it is now your turn.
So that, I mean, I don't know how she's expecting me to hit this turn.
You have 60 feet of flight. You can fly all the way up to Ash.
Oh, I have 60 feet of flight?
Yeah, yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Oh, I was thinking I only had 30 feet. Okay.
No, fly spell is nuts.
My mind was doing math with 30 feet, not 60 feet.
Zoom,
No
zoom
worries, no
time.
worries.
Yeah, no, I'll just fly into her face then. So
Absolutely.
Uh,
You eject all the way up to her. She sort of spins around and sees you there.
so I just go over here.
Yeah, absolutely. You're 60 feet up in the air.
I'm going to bonus action summon the echo to flank her. So she's just going to be, you know,
Echo is back. Becco. All right, excellent.
and yeah, we're gonna go to town on this bish. Here we go.
Amazing. Go for it. 20 does
20.
hit. That is
With an additional
14.
7.
Cold seems a little reduced against her, but yes, absolutely. With additional 7 Radiant. Radiant works just fine. That is 14, 16, and 7. 23 points of damage to her. Amazing. Awesome.
Second attack. Here we go. 17.
17 does miss. Just
figured.
barely. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Unleash Incarnation. Last attack. Here we go. Natural. 20.
Oh shit!
Let's go.
Natural 20. That is going to be 21 plus the 2 is 23 points of damage to her. Incredible, incredible. She is currently focusing on a spell. However, it's very unlikely that she fails. Let's see here. She needs to get like a 1 on this saving throw. That's not it. She's concentrating on something. It doesn't drop, whatever she's concentrating on. She has a very high bonus to her con saves. As a sort of sorceress person that she is.
I'll just say you're dancing with me now, Ash.
She smiles and says, "First, you steal the attention of my would-be fiancé back at Stilben, and now you want to dance with me. My oh my." All right, excellent. That, I believe, is your turn.
Yeah, it's my turn.
Okay, good stuff. You're up there. You're right next to her. We next up go to Bryn.
All right.
Actually, before we go to Bryn, sorry, Jorman uses one of his legendary actions. No more commanding shit. He just sort of uses one of his to swing his weapon. Here's an attack against you. Sky, that is a 29 for a total of, again, 9 points of damage.
Yep, that's fine.
All right, Bryn, take it away.
All right. Bonus action, Aura Vitality. That's gonna go to Casimir. And then the bonus.
Took 5 points of damage. She's a little injured right now.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm gonna give that to Sky.
Ooh,
Thank
nice.
you.
An extra 6 to Sky. Dope.
And
dope,
then I'm gonna look at Sky and I'm gonna say, "All right, get ready for this." And she's gonna cast Dispel Magic, on Jorman. Jordan.
Jorman. Okay, excellent. You cast Dispel Magic. As you unleash this spell, I need you to roll a Wisdom check. There is a number of spells that are on him, and all of them might be dispelled depending on how high you roll here. Amazing. As you cast the spell here, you watch as he grabs onto his head, he drops his weapon, his shield that was sort of magically enhanced, the spell disappears from it. His blade, he drops momentarily. There is this appearance of like a red barbed sort of necklace around his sort of throat that shatters, and another one, what looks to be a barbed crown around his head that shatters. As this happens, you see that Ash looks down and smiles to herself. She holds her hand out towards Jorman. Jorman screams. His eyes explode in his head. Blood comes out of his ears. He falls to the ground and hits the floor, dead.
What?
White energy flows from him and goes to Ash, and she grabs it and looks down. She says, "That's 3 now." As he's just dead for whatever reason on the floor there. As she says, that's 3 now. And you watch that white energy in her hand, just absorbed into her mouth. That's what happens. As Bryn, you realize,
Bryn
like,
is gonna run over to
just
him and be like,
happened?
yeah, Bryn runs over. And she's like, what
okay.
the fuck?
That's how Dispel Magic works. You're pretty sure that's not how Dispel Magic works.
Guy screams very, very angrily now.
Okay, Bryn, you rush on up as she absorbs whatever that was. Okay, Bryn, I think...
That is my turn.
Your mother looks at you like, excellent kill. And she looks back and continues to, like, fight the rest of these demons.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Bryn, Jesus, that is going to be your turn. As you just like looking around like, what the fuck happened? Okay. Hey, by the way, love this combo of like heal aura of vitality and, you know, like actions able to do stuff. Very cool. Casimir, we go to you as you look back like, what just happened? As you see Ash devour this energy that he sort of released from his mind, from his body when he died.
That's not good.
No.
Now, she has claimed that they got what they came for. Does she have a pouch, or is she holding something?
Holding a branch with leaves on it.
Oh shit!
Yeah. You guys didn't catch it? It's a branch from the tree.
Can Kaz try
a
and
bunch of
retrieve it?
explosions. Yeah,
She's
she
got
can.
Bell on her.
So here's the thing: you can't disarm someone unless you like. The only people who can just disarm people are martial. What are they called? Battle Master fighters. So they have the like disarming attack where you can knock something out of someone's hand, or like a command spell and say like drop, right, and they drop it. Otherwise, there's no role for like I fucking pry it out of his hand. That's just not a thing. You could try for like an athletics roll to try and grapple it out of her hands.
Yeah, I think that's the route I want to go. Try and grab it.
Hey. Yeah, absolutely. You rush on up, try to grab it out of her hand and pull it out. Give me an athletics roll.
Oh boy, here we go. Oh.
I'm gonna
True
tell you
wizard
right now,
fashion.
she can't fail this, unfortunately. You rush on up, try to grab her. She kind of scoffs and backhands you with the branch. You get this like bad sort of like slash across your chin. And
I
she sort of
can't-
tilts her head.
I can't give him my inspiration because I'm not close enough.
No, you
right?
can. This is like a player-to-player thing. You can totally give inspiration if you want.
I will give my inspiration to Cat.
Okay, let's go for
Thanks,
attempt
Roxy.
number 2.
All right, come on, crit.
God.
No, 15.
Oh, not bad.
15 is much better. Okay, she's a dancer. That's her whole thing. She's a performer. This is gonna be hard for her to fail. That's
Oh
a
my God.
31
It's,
acrobatics.
holy
I
crap.
didn't know
Her-
dancers had that much at fucking. Wait a minute, acrobatics versus athletics.
It's a grapple check, right? She gets to choose athletics or acrobatics, right? And she's gonna choose acrobatics. She spins the branch. You go for an attempt. You go for another one. She bam, like playfully smacks you across the face with this branch. Or like, come on, get
Posh,
serious.
get out of here.
Yeah, exactly. Like, come on. I'm not taking you seriously, like, at all here. Okay, Casimir, realize she's just sort of arrogantly, like, dismissing you. Unfortunately, yeah, no. Not your strongest suit here, but Bella, you catch this and realize, like, maybe I can try. Maybe I can give it, like, a proper pull. Okay,
Yeah, I think Sky's done. Oh, I'm sorry. Casimir's
The
done.
guy is done. All right,
My
you're
bad.
done for. Casimir, that's going to be you. I mean, good attempt, good thinking, but yeah, she's just holding that branch sort of over her shoulder at this point, kind of twirling it around. Rockseed, is your turn. There's a sky battle happening, well, there's 2 sky battles actually happening outside, and you see a giant fiend monkey looking for you, but it lost you fully after you teleported.
Okay, in order for me to hit her, right? Because this is like a what is this, like a roof?
Yeah,
Is
that's
there
a
no-
roof.
Is there no way for me to get here?
You can totally, like, take one of the, like, random stairs and exit on this, like, balcony 20 feet up.
Okay, well, I'm gonna Zephyr Strike because it gives me more movement.
You'll have enough speed. It'll take you like 30 feet to get onto this balcony, yeah?
Oh yeah, but I want advantage on this attack.
Okay. You emerge. You see your group, your friends sort of surrounding her. She's sort of looking around. You don't know what just happened outside. You just heard Jorman like, scream, and then blood poured out of his face.
Yeah, she's gonna shoot Ash. She fucking hates this fucking.
Absolutely, yeah.
You have
Go
my
right ahead.
permission to murk her.
That is an 18. 18 will just hit. She would love to silvery barbs this, but you are invisible right now because of the moonlight, right? So she can't see you. She can't silvery barbs that.
And she's blasting another favorite foe. She has one
shit.
one more after this.
Okay, fuck it up.
Oh my god.
God damn!
Whoa!
You want to try and reroll anything here? This is pretty
I
solid
think-
fucking rolls.
I think there's a +1 on that piercing. You see it on the
There
bottom?
is.
I don't know what that is. Does it show you what
That's
it
it's
is?
your +1 magic weapon. It's your +1 magic
Okay,
weapon.
then no, I'm not.
No, I'm
rolling
good.
anything.
I'm actually good. That is 32 points damage. Amazing. 32 more points of damage to her. She takes it. Here's another con save. She's good. Whatever she's concentrating on, 22 is good enough, even through 32 points of damage here. Amazing. Roxanne, that is your shot. At this point, Roxy, you look out, you see that the rest of the skeletons are destroyed, and a group of like 40 plus elven guards are like sprinting or running across water, jumping across like building to building, like making their way here.
Yeah, she has a little bit more movement. She's gonna run back into the room because she wants this fucking guy. You know, like she doesn't know if he can smell the blood still, but
Sure.
she doesn't want him going anywhere else. So
Just beating its chest. All right, Roxy, that's going to be you. We go to Ash. Before we go to Ash, Tanuviel is going to use one more legendary action
Damn.
here. She's going to look on out and cast a spell. 2 actions, full thing that she has. She conjures her own guiding bolt. You watch as she holds her hand there, and a figure of like moon, like an appearance of a full moon, blue full moon appears, and then it kind of splits into like a crescent light part and a dark side part there, and she unleashes it. Hers is very much so like this tracing missile attack. She's going to shoot it at Ash. That does hit Ash. That is a 3rd level, let's say. That's going to be 29 points of radiant damage to Ash. Solid hit against Ash. She sort of recoils from this as well here. One more con save for Ash. Needs to be super low. It is not super low. She survives, keeps concentrating. The fiery wings keep flickering in and out every time she takes damage. She looks around. Tanuviel says, "You will go nowhere, fiend. You pay for what you've done to the people of Singorn here and now." That's her legendary. Ash says, "Oh, so prim and proper. I'm afraid I'll have to go. There's preparations to be done. After all, we've not even started with the main act yet already. You cause me such minor inconvenience." Maybe that's a good name for your group. Minor inconvenience. I like that.
It's the DawnGuard, bitch.
She blows you a kiss and casts another one of those powerful plane shift cells on herself this time. She's holding a middle finger up to you, Casimir, to try to counterspell. Like, come on, try. She counterspells your counterspell instantly, waiting for you as she steps into this
I have a
portal
question.
and disappears.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
With how fast it is to like actually shoot a gun,
Okay.
in that moment that she's stepping back, could I
Okay.
shoot the branch to try and split it?
That is, I think, as you sort of go for it, go to reach and aim for it here, this is a very fun idea. I'll say, give me, okay, it'll be a straight dexterity roll. This is your, like, quick draw, how fast you can, like, draw and aim. This is going to be a hard shot. There's 60 feet in the air, surrounded by your friends. You gotta give me a dex of, let's say, 17 here. Like, this is a really difficult shot. You're aiming for, like, a small branch 60 feet away, quick drawing towards it. Just give me a straight dex roll to see if you're able to shoot it, like, out of the air.
Let's fucking go!
You, in a inspired, let's say, inspiration for an ability you will have in the future of your class, right? You go to aim, boom, blast, take a shot, roll me some damage.
Oh, man.
Oh my god.
Nice. That absolutely hits. Oh, she's going to. No, she can't still her. She counterspelled the counterspell. You hit the branch. The branch snaps in half. She drops it for a second. I'm gonna give her, for the fairness of it, a dex save, I guess, to try and snatch it before it falls away. The branch breaks in half, but she's not aiming for the entirety of the branch. She needs a single.
When she went to get to the portal, wouldn't Bella get an attack opportunity?
No, she's not moving. She's teleporting
Yeah.
away. If you had Mage Slayer, then yes, but not in
Yeah.
this case.
Oh, I gave it to Sky. I should have given it to Belle.
I'll say dex save here. She's in the range of it. This was a very precise shot. Let's say a DC 17 as well. Dex save for her to try and grab the part of the branch she is looking for. She's here we go. DC 17. 15. She reaches for the part of the branch. The branch snaps in half and falls to the ground. She goes, no! And then the portal closes on her and she disappears. For the first moment of all that, cocky, I'm the fucking master of the moment type of stuff, you see the genuine, shit, no! As the branch disappears.
Casimir waves goodbye.
Disappears from the portal. She vanishes through this plane shift portal. Gone. Tenuvia looks up, says, coward, you cannot hide from the light of the moon forever. Sky, we go to you. Party, we go to you guys. You kill a bunch of demons. We don't need to continue with initiative here. There's a monkey that emerges from a big nose, and million arrows of a bunch of elves hit it from all sides all of a sudden, right? As reinforcements are here, and the enemy is destroyed.
Bryn is going to pull something from her pocket that she was going to do next turn.
Okay.
She's going to pull a diamond from her pocket.
Okay.
And she's going to cast Revivify on Jorman.
You grab your diamond and go to revivify him. Bryn, as you begin to focus on this holy sermon, this magical incantation, you see, I think, Rox, you're invisible, and you can see this while other people can't at the moment. Tenuviel goes to step forward and put her hand up to sort of stop her. What are you doing? And then lowers her hand to see, what are you doing? Right? As you do this, Bryn, you begin to focus and channel this spell. You watch the diamond dust begin to fade and then dissipate into magical mist as points of stars, these constellations of rebirth, begin to appear. As you focus your spell, you find it incredibly difficult. As you realize, something's wrong. His soul is not available. It is locked behind something. However, I will give you, as you realize, something's off with his soul, right? As you realize, oh shit, whatever she did with it, right? When Ash, drew, that was probably his soul or something. She might be holding it hostage. I'm gonna have to wrestle the control of his soul from her.
Can Kaz cast a
For the
spell?
very last roll here. Oh, sorry?
Can Kaz cast a spell?
What kind?
Embrace Destiny?
Embrace destiny. In this moment, I don't think so. I think this is happening. Well, actually, there's time, right? The Revivify can take
I was going to
minute
cast Featherfall,
so...
or use Featherfall and cast it on my way down, but...
yeah, you totally can. If you want to cast Embrace Destiny here, you absolutely can. Okay, so the way this is going to go down is you realize he is dead and gone. However, his soul is not fully out of your reach. Bryn, you look and begin to cast this spell. You feel this fiendish wall that you hit as it begins to burn against your mind here. Bryn, I'm gonna have you make a Wisdom save versus Ash's spellcasting saving throw. She uses her charisma.
I'm gonna also use
25.
my wheel, my last wheel. Make it 28.
She gets a 12. You fight against the fiendish power and you break through it like that arrow made of constellation. Your mind pierces through the barrier, and there you see 3 lights. One that's of like an appearance, almost visible visual sort of face appearance of Jorman. One very much so appearance of Soric that you've seen recently, and the third one mostly faded that almost looks like Sky. As you reach for it and grasp onto Jorman, his soul is ejected from this like hellish prison and pushed into his body. His chest sort of violently jerks upward as he inhales and begins to panic because his eyes are not there anymore. Like his eyes exploded out of his head when that happened. As he's just like, like freaking out and panicking. Yeah.
I will.
And I think, oh yeah,
I would say the moment that like Sky sees him like take a breath and like come back, she's like right there by his side and kind of like puts like a hand on his cheek. She's like, "Hey, it's me, Are you there?"
What is my head, Soric, Sky, and he's just sort of like reaching out with his. And I think he like looks around and just sort of passes out from like exhaustion, having his fucking eyes exploded, died, and being in hell prison. He just passes out, right?
I'm sorry to interrupt. One more thing.
I walk up and I stab him.
No. Since Bryn healed this guy Brown back, Casimir's gonna hold out a pair of eyes that he bought way back when. He has 2 Airsats eyes on him.
My God. My God. Hey, who would have known? I was as if you predicted, divination wizard.
Right?
Let's go.
Ooh.
Absolutely. As soon as that happens, I think, Sky, you're like, just rest it. And you look over and Casimir's holding his hand out with a fucking pair of eyes in it. Just so like holding his eyes towards
These
you.
are the ones we didn't want Estella to get. I bought them. I still have them. They're yours if you want.
I can't thank you all enough. She'll take him and.
Do you just slot him in while he's unconscious,
Yeah.
or do you wait for him to wake up?
I'll slot him in while he's unconscious, so he has like.
It's a
some
bloody
time.
business. It's pretty fucked up. Like his ocular fluids are like all across his
Yeah,
face.
Bryn is
Fucked
gonna
up.
help her. Like as the healer, she's gonna help her and heal it as she does.
Bunch of elves with swords and pikes surround you. They point their weapons towards you and say, "Step away from the terrorist now!" As
Point my gun back at them.
yeah, you see like 40, like 50 of them that are arriving onto the scene.
Listen, he was under control of the succubus, the one who was up in the air. I dispelled the magic on him. You can ask her. And she points at her mother, and she's like, she saw me dispel the magic.
Nuviel looks down to you and says, "There is a way to things. This person, controlled or not, has the elves of Singorn to answer to. Put him in chains.
This man is my brother.
She looks to you and says, "Do you wish to join him?"
I will not let him go alone.
Put her in chains as well. Elves walk up, bunch of more like reinforcements are coming, right? An explosion happened in like the temple quarter of the city, right? So like it's the talk of everything, right? Everyone's arriving here. You see a bunch of these guards show up. They put manacles on him, they put manacles on Sky, and take both of them to prison, basically. Yeah.
I'm gonna toss my gun to Bryn.
Okay, gotcha.
Hold that.
Rin, your mother, looks to you and says, "What is the meaning of all of this?"
You don't understand. Her family, they've been in control by that creature you just saw, that fiend. And like she's motioning to where Ash disappeared. I dispelled the magic. That's why I brought him back, because he wasn't in control of himself.
You were trying to save him while he was trying to kill us.
It wasn't him.
Your priorities are obviously misguided.
So if
Or
Bryn
correct.
was under control, you would just kill her. You wouldn't try to save her. That shows a lot about your character and how you care about your people, High Priestess.
Bryn, my daughter, is of elven blood. She's more worth than the rest of you. She would get such a second chance. And she looks down to Jorman and Sky, who are just being dragged off, and says, they are not. She casts a spell, create water, a bunch of rain comes down, puts out the fire on the buildings and such. You watch as the light begins to come back to this place, as, once again, this all happened in, middle of the day, right? And she temporarily brought moonlight here. As all the fires are extinguished and such, a bunch of these elves move in and such, yeah, Roxy, you appear as well. You go check. Althea is, in another room, just sort of having hid herself, where she found some of the help that are nearby, made sure that they are kind of safe as well. As Tanuviel just commands these guards, take him to prison. We'll figure out what happens afterwards. And Jorman and Sky are taken to stockades, to a prison. Which, funny enough, in an elven prison is you're on a tree that's 200 feet up, dangling from a branch. Right? You're just in a cage, dangling from a branch.
Did they at least put us in the same cage?
Probably, yes. They would take
Okay.
off, your armor, your weapons, anything like that you have. They do a little, scan for magic on you, right? They're very thorough. All right. They do the same with him, right? Take his sword, take his everything. And here, friends, is where we're going to end the session for tonight. Very, very interesting session. A lot of awesome roleplay, a lot of development going on, and another terrorist attack by this red path. Last thing we do here is we turn around and we see, as Casimir, you walk up and you see a branch, a small branch of a great tree with multiple of these sort of pink and purple sort of leaves on it, each of which inscribed with elven writing.
What
Just want
is
to point it out that Sky saved elven souls today.
Yeah, I
By
saved your brother's
shooting
soul.
them. Yeah.
Casimir will
All
pick that up.
right.
So they have
Casimir?
elven. Do they have elven names on the brand or on the leaves?
Roxy, you come up and take a look. It's the missing names of these candidates on there.
Oh shit.
All right. That's where we're going to end the session for tonight. Thank you all so much for playing. This was a good time. We went an hour and a half longer than usual.
Okay,
I am
I'm up
sort
anyways.
of
though.
Good
sorry.
game.
Yeah,
No,
that
was
was really
insane.
fun.
Yeah,
That was really fun.
I don't work tomorrow.
Oh my god. The counter spelling, the counter spelling, the silvery barbs. Yeah. And, Sky, after seeing those wings, there's no doubt in your mind. You got to still talk to Bryn about what she's seen, right? This all kind of happened fast. But, yeah. Stuff is happening. Stuff is definitely happening. We might be forever exiled from Singorn on our second day here. So, we'll see. Okay. GG's everyone. Have a great few days. We got D&D coming up soon again as well. Quick check. Thursday good?
Yep,
I'm good.
Thursday's good.
Alright.
Thursday was not good for me, though. I won't be in town.
No. Alright. No worries. I will again send you a little recap of what happened. Until then, you guys, thank you so much for gaming. Take care of yourselves. Take care of your loved ones. Stay safe out there. I had a banger, always a banger of a time, hanging out with you all, I tried my hardest today to kill you again. And it just can't happen. It just is not happening. My God, the
Got really
eyes, having
close.
the magic item eyes at the very end there. As I mean, yeah, you got to sort of figure out like what happened here, because yeah, Bryn, like if this is a cool new thing that you can do, the dispel magic just blows people's fucking brains out. That's cool. That's useful to have. But you're pretty sure
Nice
that
kill.
was not it. You're
She's
like
like,
you're
I didn't kill him.
you're
Dude, I wish I could have
90%
seen.
sure.
I wish I could have saw Emily's face.
She's like
That was
horrified,
crazy.
and I was just
Dude.
like, what? No!
I
was trying to
was
save
sitting there. I
him.
was like, "What the fuck did she undo on him?" I was like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, weird stuff. Weird stuff that just
So they're
happened all of a sudden.
they're basically fucked. Whether we try to dispel it
Well,
or
that's
they
not true. Sky could raise a bunch of money, and I could just revive them after. So
yeah, but breaking her shit though, that was a good chance. But like
Dude, that was incredible. That the very last moment. And by the way, as you guys have seen, the way she showed up, like position where she showed up, how she acted during that whole fight, wanting Casimir to get close, trying to focus on him, right? He was definitely like focused on him there. Everything seemingly was going exactly to her plan. Even you guys killing, like Jorman being here and you guys like killing him, or, dispelling, killing him, whatever happened there, her grabbing that, everything was towards her plan until the very last thing where she drops the branch instead of leaving with it, right? There was the last moment of like, I'm so cocky and I'm so fucking present and I know everything that's gonna happen. Shit, no, fuck, shit, no, right? As she drops the branch. So, yeah, you fucked up some plans today, friends. You keep doing that. You keep doing that. She,
Always a good time.
minor inconvenience. All right. Oh yeah, I gotta delete a bunch of skeletons from the map. They're gone. They're destroyed. But yeah, no, thank you, GG's, and good night from me. Have a good one, everyone.
Good night.
Peace.
No, I-
That was amazing.
All right, everyone. Thanks so much for hanging out and listening to our insanity. Always a great time. I love playing Casimir. Still figuring out the wizard stuff, but it's a lot of fun. Let's see who. I'm amazed I had those eyes on me back in like session 10 or so. We were trying to prevent another divination wizard from getting some eyes because her eyes have been lost, and divination wizards need eyes to do their magic. So I bought the ones in town so she couldn't have them. I just happened to have them. So interesting stuff. Let's see who's on. All right. I hope you all have a lovely week. It's Sunday night. We all have to work. Well, most of us have to work tomorrow. All right. So thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the bits, bro. Bob, good to see you as always. El Rey, thanks for coming in. Yeah. Jate and Lou, always a pleasure. We're going to read out to our good friend. I can spell his name. There we go. Oh, yes. Oh, thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate it. We're going to go see our friend Chicken Burrito. It's playing the Angler, which is a fishing game everybody can play, apparently. Now, let's see what's going on. Good night, everyone. Much love.